There you go. Or maybe we should find some Steam beats. Hvor fanden kan vi finde det her? Kan vi finde det her? Nope. Where are you? No. Ah, fuck it, man. Hey, Becky, how are you? What are you doing? Are you ready for the weekend? What? Not beats. Like music. Come on, fucker. Hey, Nutbot. A bot. Oh, Tiny Tina's Wonderland. You've been playing that quite a lot. Harry Sill, I think his name is. Oh, there you go. Does he has like a playlist? Oh, you just got it a few days ago. Hey, Kevin Dennis. Jesus love me. This video is unavailable. Why the fuck is it that? I highly doubt that. So let me know if the sounds and all of that is a little bit weird and stuff like that. Why is there only... Oh god, he only has 2 videos available here. Oh, we need to find Lo-Fi Girl. Give me a second here. Let's find Lo-Fi Girl. No, I did not know that Jesus loved me. Yeah, I did not know that. Just give me a second, I need to credit Lo-Fi Girl in the description here. Or else I may get yelled at by YouTube. But again, let me know if I need to turn something up. Oh! DTY is doing a vlog. Netgate, Fedora, Linux malware and AI. Oh my god, don't talk about AI. People are so fucking picky, or not picky, but touchy about AI. They get so defensive. It's like all the nerds just adopted AI as their kid, and you were going to, and telling them that it's the ugliest kid on the block. It's really bad. I'm not coming in my pants. I just tried to move my monitor a little bit on its arm. There was a big gap between the monitor and between the monitors. Yeah, they think AI is this like Skynet super duper amazing thing that's going to revolutionize the world, and it just shows you that they don't work with AI on a daily basis, because if they did, then they will see how fucking stupid and batshit crazy AI is. It's so fucking. I will say this: get AI to do what it's doing today. There are some smart developers out there, because it takes a lot of fucking effort to get AI to do almost anything worthwhile. And that's not the AI doing it, it's the developers that know how to fucking manhandle the AI into doing what they want it to do and not acting up. So there's a lot of smart developers and not a lot of smart AIs. That's the difference here. But AI gets all the fucking praise, you know. Which is really sad. It's a really, really sad situation. But yeah, let me know if you want Lo-Fi Girl to be a little bit louder. Oh, Microsoft Edge is getting... Oh, that's an update for that. That's right. Yeah, they got the Copilot integrated into Edge now. We could have a look at that. Copilot. Good old Copilot. I so want to save up. Well, I am saving up for a Mac Mini, but I so want a Mac Mini like a year ago, just to throw it into the face of all those Linux people. I just want to take my dirty, sweaty balls and manhandle it into the mouth of a Linux user and just laugh at them while they're choking on all the fucking sweatiness that is in my balls. I'm so tired of them. They need some fucking slapping around. It's so bad. I told a developer at work about my channel and the comments I get and stuff like that. He laughed for almost 30 fucking minutes. Like, oh god. And someone yesterday told like Windows developers to basically jump out of a window. That's nice. That's nice. Just tell people that make more money than you can dream of to jump out of a window. That's really mature. But according to my little, what is it called? Limited research, most people that use Linux are between 20 and 29 years old, so it kind of explains a lot. A lot of kids are using it. So let them be kids. I'm too fucking old for that shit. I don't want to deal with that shit anymore. I'm starting to slowly... Because I think I found a way to circumvent YouTube for thinking that I gave up on my channel by deleting all my Linux videos at once. And that is to unlist a selected videos or select Linux videos over like every 2 months, you know, unlist like 5-10 videos. Because that could look like you know, something you normally would do, you know. Until I have no more Linux videos left on my channel, and then I can be a happy boy. I don't have to deal with those suckers anymore. It will mean that I will be losing a shit ton of subscribers in the short run, but hopefully the new content will make up for it in the long run. When I'm doing less Linux and more everything else, I will get more normal people on my channel. That's the hope of it anyway. But who knows? I don't give a fuck. I'm so tired of social media right now. So tired. Oh, I didn't have to resize the window. Did I need to do that? Oh crap, I need a fucking password just to open a browser. The fucking joy of Linux. Maybe I don't know, man. I got it. Here we have Copilot. Am I logged in? No. Let's see if why do Linux sucks? I watched TJ Ware's AI generated videos, and I I was just like, what the fuck? Like, come on, people. The Linux users was mental about those videos. I'm like, just get over your fucking selves. Oh! So user friendliness. So Linux, like any other operating system, has its strengths and weaknesses. Here are some of the common criticisms. User friendliness and learning curve. Yeah, desktop use. Linux is less frequently adopted as a desktop operating system. Blah blah blah. This could be the blah. Okay. Hardware support. Some critics point out Linux lacks support for. Yeah, that's true. Software availability. Yeah. Linux development politics. Some security professionals have criticized the Linux kernel's development processes. They argue that the rise in problems of operating system level virtualization using Linux has raised the profile of attacks against the kernel. Kernel performers have been concerned about the Linux kernel because upload and huge impact its performance. Aha. They are. Every time I do a video about Linux, it gets like 3 times the views. I'm not even joking here. Maybe 2 times the view. That's probably the more accurate assessment. And I can see where the views comes from in the dashboard. If I make non-Linux content, most of my views comes from non-subscribers. When I make Linux content, most views or a lot of views comes from subscribers. So I have like a massive, or mostly my Linux or my subscribers are Linux-based people, and I want them to get replaced with normal fucking level-headed people. I don't know what to say. I'm fucking speechless. Like, I'm really fucking speechless. Where is English? Where the fuck is English? Oh, it's probably down here in the United Kingdom or something like that. Yeah, here you go. Do we do United States or United Kingdom? Let's do United Kingdom to piss off all those Americans. Layout, we want focused. What else can we do here? Custom theme? Yeah. There's some formatting issues up there. Oh, there's definitely some formatting. Maybe if I close it down and open it up again. Introducing Copilot, my butthole. I don't want to see. Yeah. How do I get... Oh, just click that one up there. There you go. No, I don't want to use my voice. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong here. Edit the background. Let's take this one. There you go. Good old little tortoise. We could also do that one. That's pretty. What else do we have here? Ooh, Fuji or Fiji or what the fuck it's called, that Japanese thingy. How do I get out of this? Oh, there. There you go. It's actually an okay browser. It's actually really good. They do have a lot of features. So, one of the features I actually do a lot is let's take eBay. Can I open that inside window? Oh, this one here is great also. Split screen. But I also use... Let's find something and search. It's when I'm searching. So let's say I want to know something about. This is a lot of Matthew Perry. Rip in peace, brother. So if I want to search this here, I like that they are searching here in the sidebar while you're watching content up here. I like that they have this little thing here. That's really neat. I use this quite a lot if I'm doing some quick search and stuff like that. Oh, what? Our currency is crashing. China announced its official cryptocurrency in Denmark. How does that have anything to do with our fucking? This is bullshit. So most of the news that you get on here is fucking bullshit. Most of the news you get on I can't remember what news say, because they have a lot of news like this one here. They have a lot of spam news agencies that are putting news up here. Most of this is fake. I had to ban 20 fucking news agencies because they were all just showing you fake shit. And they had weird ass fucking names. It's Manjaro and Endeavor OS. I just installed Endeavor OS on a VM, and it seems to be okay. Manjaro, I don't give a fuck about Manjaro anymore. It's the whole nature of it not being arts, and then it wants you to use arts technologies, and because it's not close to arts, then you get into more issues when you're using the AUR, and I like I said, I'm at the point right now that I don't want things to be complicated just because they can be complicated. To me, that's the most unintelligent and stupidest thing you can do. And running Arch Linux feels like we want to be complicated just so we can be complicated. Which makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. No sense. They on purpose are putting roadblocks into your life for the sake of having roadblocks in your life. But I did install Endeavor OS because Endeavor OS has always been one of my favorite Arch distributions. I always loved what the Endeavor OS people did, and they are so friendly, and they are so good at helping people. When Arch Linux had issues with, I think it was Crop or something like that, Arch Linux didn't say something for a couple of days. The Endeavor OS people were out with a fix within hours. So their users didn't have to deal with that Crop thing, what the fuck it was. Where the Arch people, they just let's not talk about it. They waited a couple of days before they did anything or acknowledged anything. Or, well, they kind of acknowledged it, but, the Arch Linux people don't really care about the community anymore. Endeavor OS people is about the community. So if you want to run Arch Linux and you want a community that really cares about you, go run Endeavor OS. Fedora is also good still, yeah. So I can still find the same information faster than Bing Chat can give it to you. And we tested that work all the time. It's still, if you know how to search, if you have a little bit of understanding of search engines, you can find it almost 3 times faster on your own than it takes Bing to find it and formulate a sentence and a text for you. You could probably find more than 1, 3 or 4, 5, 6 pages with the information you need before Bing is done with its thing. Until it's faster than me to find the information I want, I don't give a fuck about it. I don't care about that it's giving it to me in a conversational manner. I don't give a fuck about that. The only thing I care about is it better and faster than me. And if it's not faster than me and not better than me, then I don't give a fuck about it. I don't, because I don't need my search engine to talk to me. I just need it to give me results. I don't need to have a conversation with it. When I'm searching Google, I'm not like, let's have a conversation about this subject and let me hear your feelings about it. When I'm buying Viagra, I don't really care. I just want to get the cheapest Viagra out there. You know, I don't want to have like a candid conversation about Viagra and heart disease and stuff like that. Just guide me to the nearest sex shop that has Viagra. And until I can do that faster and give more results and better results, I don't give a fuck. I haven't tried Beard either, to be honest. I've seen people use ChatGPT and tried it out myself, and again, it's overhyped. It's massively overhyped. A lot of things you can do better and faster yourself. What they are good at, they look at them as an assistant. So what I use Bing Chat for example, is like is there in spaghetti. And then I go do my thing. Let's say I go onto eBay and I look at some, let's click on this chick down here. It's still trying to figure out how many fucking calories there are in spaghetti. Okay, now it's getting up with something. This is what I use it to. This is what I use these AIs for. If I need information, or want information I don't need right now. And that's basically just meaningless information. Or like, what is the time in Hong Kong? Or let's say Hawaii, Honolulu. Why is it not searching? There you go. Hey, Jinklepuff. Enjoy, I think it's the name. So while I'm doing, like, this is not something I need right now. So I'm this is what I use AI for. Let's look at frequencies here. So this is to the extent, or let's say like, how do I do hello? Oh, in C++. If I just need a refresher, and then I'm looking at, oh, there's a Kelvin Klein, you know, stuff like this. This is what I use AI for. That's the only thing it's useful for me. Things I don't need right now. Because I could have found this way faster. Any of these informations here, I could have gotten probably in seconds. And it took them close to like 30 seconds to find it. So if it's something trivial, meaningless, I don't need it right now. I ask the AI, fetch this information for me while I'm doing something else. So if it's at work, it could be like something like this. Oh, I forgot how to how is a quit pattern in C# VPF. You know, how do a quit layout work? Then I ask the AI that, and then I go look at, let's say, race conditions for multi-threading in C# while I'm working on. I'm coding that right now. You know, while it's figuring that out. Oh, it's done with its. Okay, that's how you do a quit layout, and then do that in the layout form. AI will never be 100%. Well, at least not in the nearest future. AI is not going to be 100% accurate. I'm not doing that much, man. I'm just chillaxing after a stupid ass day, to be honest. I just need to wind down and yell and scream at people for a bit. But yeah, AI for me, if I need information that I'm okay waiting for, and I can then work on something else while it's fetching it, that's what I use AI for. Because I don't want to sit and wait for it to find the search results and response. I might as well just go Google it myself. Because then I'm just sitting and waiting for it to do something instead of doing something myself. And it's until AI becomes massively fast. Like, I type in this question here, and like in a second it has this here. Then I can use it all the time. Because then it's faster than me. Until then, I don't give a fuck about it. I really don't. And I've seen people lose their job because they use too much AI. Because then a problem comes with their code, and they have no fucking idea why that problem is there. Because it just copy-pasted everything from an AI. I've seen people losing jobs because they made AI write their CV and application. I've seen people not even getting in the door because they didn't want to put in the effort to write their fucking own application for a job. If you're one of those people that think AI is going to save your ass and you don't have to work for anything anymore, you will have a really bad time in whatever job that you want to have. And you will be replaced with people that know what the fuck they are doing. Oh, it will take years, probably decades, before it becomes a real threat to any job. What AI can do, it can help people do their job faster and better. Someone at work made a really good analogy. Think about AI like the introduction of the tractor into farming. And right now, AI is at the state when the tractor just got introduced. And for many, many decades, people still used horses and tractors. Or maybe not many decades, but for a long, long time, people were still using horses and tractors. And tractors were still massively unreliable, sometimes slower than horses, massively expensive. And that went on for many, many years. And that's where we are with AI right now. It's something you can use as a tool to help you do your job either better and faster, but mostly faster. Hopefully faster. It can be really good at if you use computer vision, checking labels if they put on correctly, quality control. It takes a long time before we are at the state that all of these YouTubers want you to believe that we are in right now. It's an illusion. It's a massive illusion. And you don't know this until you work with AI. Even if you just have to work with AI on a small basis to understand that. But sadly enough, most people, this is why I hate YouTube, to be honest. I'm starting to really hate YouTube. Is that most people, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about when they either do YouTube or go into a comment section. They have no idea what they're talking about. Because the people that know what the fuck they're talking about, they don't have time to do YouTube. Most of them don't have. Or at least they don't have time to fucking sit in comment sections. They are out making money or making YouTube content. YouTube comments is the most useless piece of shit, to be honest, that's out there on God's earth. It's useless. No, if you're a good professor, if you really know the programming language that you are doing, you don't need AI. Because you can do it faster and better. Oh yeah, Twitter is the same way. I barely use Twitter. I go on once in a while just to fiddle around and see if Beck has put some booby pictures up and stuff like that, and then I go, I just, I close it down again. Yeah, I'm like this is how stupid the comment section is. Someone was commenting I see you use Microsoft Edge browser. Why are you using that piece of shit? And I'm like, well, just so you would comment. That's the only reason why I'm doing it. Just so you can comment. I actually, I started to use Twitter more after Elon Musk took it over. Funny enough, I like it better now than when Elon didn't own it. I still don't use it much, but I didn't use it at all for like almost close to a year before Elon took it over. And now I use it once in a while. Yeah, I was not a fan of Twitter, or X as it's called now. The state it was in back in the day. And I'm still not, don't get me wrong, I don't like the way it is today either. You know, like, but at least in my opinion, it's getting better, because now when people are saying something on Twitter, or X, just call it Twitter, the community can go in and give like an explanation of that so if let's say I'm in a controversy with Becky, and I'm putting out a statement, then the community can make a community report, or what the fuck it's called, and say, this statement is made because Kent was swinging his stick in front of Becky's face in a restaurant and got kicked out. So you need to understand the context of this tweet to know why Kent is saying or making this tweet. They didn't have that before. You know. So before, I could just make a statement, and there was no, if you didn't know the context, I could just make any good old statement and twist the... they did that with his own post. Yeah, exactly. The community can go in and kind of give an explanation of why this person is saying X, Y, and Z. That I fucking love. Because it used to be like you could just try and twist everything into fucking the most absurd reality on Twitter, and nobody gave a fuck as long as you sucked Twitter's massive fucking titties. As long as you were good friends with the Twitter folks, you could be as toxic and hey lamer and as bigoted and racist as you wanted to. They didn't do anything. Heck, YouTube is just as bad. Just look at the way that they're treating Sniper Wolf. And funny enough, that when I started doing gaming content, we were talking about Sniper Wolf. How fake he is. How he was stealing content already back then. How he was faking content. Nobody, unless you were a horny teenager, beside that, nobody liked Sniper Wolf in the gaming community. Everyone knew that he was a fakie. And now he's finally getting fucking caught. There were a few of her fans back then, but that was, like I said, hormone-driven, horny teenagers. But now she's getting what's coming to her. Fucking bitch. I'm probably getting kicked off YouTube for saying that. Oh yeah, the love couple are here. Say you like Windows and Edge and you're fucking, it's... And here's the fun thing. This is what really gives me a headache. 90% of those people are Linux users. 90% of those people being toxic are Linux users. So I wonder why Linux users are like, everyone else is toxic towards Linux. Everyone else is putting Linux down. Everyone else is fighting against Linux, when the only people I see fighting is Linux people. Maybe Linux people themselves are the ones doing all of that fucking shit, and they're just projecting it into, oh well, it's Linux or Windows' fault. It's Windows people that do that, isn't it? No, it's you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Exactly. Like, who gives a fuck what operating? No, Mac users don't. I've been following Mac users ever since I started this whole thing. They don't. Yeah, they hate it, but they are not as bad as fucking Linux users. They are not. They are not. They're not even close. They used to be, like, back in the 90s. Like, 80s and 90s. Mac users was exactly like Linux users. But that changed when Steve Jobs came back in 97. And he partnered with Windows. Like, that was like... When Windows bailed Mac out, like, everyone in the Mac community was angry. But then after 5 years, they just become normal people because they realized that it's not that big of a deal. They just started to realize that it don't fucking matter. And they stopped this war against Microsoft and everyone else that's not Mac. But there are still a few people left over from that, but not as much. There's always toxic people in any community. Linux just happens to have a lot of them. Which is really weird because they talk about how open and inclusive they are and how they are about this freeness and openness to everything, and then they're the most narrow-minded, blinded, toxic group of people you can ever get your head around. I may get lamer. If everything goes after the plan and blah 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 blah, I may get a Mac next month. Maybe next month. Or maybe February. Around February. But if everything goes well and there's no unexpected expensive and stuff like that, I hope I can buy one, like give myself a early Christmas present, and that would be a Mac Mini. It would just be an entry level. I don't need more than an entry level. Because it's not going to be my coding machine or anything like that. It's just going to be a content creation machine. It's going to be a machine that I'm almost purely only buying it for my channel, basically. To make content about Mac and Apple. And of course, because I want to play around with it. But it's mostly because those two things. For content making and play around with it. I know it's an expensive machine to buy for those things, but I want something else than just Windows. Before that was Linux, and I'm slowly getting away from Linux. So I need something else, and I think Mac OS will be the next thing for me. BOS is not even, like, unless you are on a server, it makes no sense. Yeah, 20% market share now, yeah. Yeah. Dude, I don't miss a laptop. I thought I would miss a laptop, but after I got a tablet, I don't miss a laptop, to be honest. Yeah, the price, yeah, that's kind of also what kind of pisses me off about Apple products, is the price. And when and if you need more RAM and more storage, you pay way more than you should, you know. It's so fucking overpriced, the hardware. It really is. Yeah. If they upgrade the base models to 16 gigs, but they will probably the price will probably reflect that. Sadly enough, they probably will just raise the price to what the 16 version is today. Everyone can get a Macintosh. It's just a matter of how long you're willing to save money for. It's like that with everything in life. You can get exactly what you want. It's just a matter about how long do you want to wait till you get it. Meaning, how long are you willing to save money up for? Because it's just a matter of time. You know. So do you want to save up, depending on how much extra money you have, if you even have any extra money you can put aside. So we can talk, it will take you 1 month, it can take you 2 months, it can take you 6 months, or 5 years, but everyone can save up. Yeah. For the price, you should be like for the entry level Mac Mini. Just the price alone, you should have gotten a 16 gig. Linux don't come free. Linux is not free. Linux is not free. What is money? What do money represent in life? And if you understand what money represents in life, then Linux costs money. And I will let you figure that one out yourself. Parallels is really good. Exactly. It's time. All money is an exchange of time or goods. But mostly time. You get paid to do something, aka you get paid for your time. And depending on what your qualifications are, your time is worth more or less than someone else's time. But what they are paying is for your time to do that job. So Linux costs time that in a lot of instances, things may take a little bit longer on Linux, or you have to do more to get to the same end results on Linux, and you may need to do more to keep it running and stuff like that in some instances. And actually in a lot of instances. You may need to run not as good coded or stable or inefficient software because you run Linux. Which is not Linux's fault, it's the software developer's fault, but that's the reality of it. So that means that that's less time with your family, that's less time doing other things. That could potentially mean less time working on a project. So if you have to spend 30 minutes every week just to start to work on a project versus a Windows users that don't have to do that, you are losing 30 minutes a week that you could get paid for. Which a lot of people, they tend to forget because we don't think about time. Your telephone systems. Yeah, exactly. Your time just became more valuable. Yeah, they have some really amazing third-party keyboards for iPads and stuff like that. This dude here, what the fuck is his name? How do I get the dark theme? I can never remember that. There you go. Is it this dude here? This dude here is also really good. He's also really good, this dude here, but it's not the one I'm thinking about. What the... Here, Christopher Lowley. He almost... He still has a laptop, but he almost only use iPads. Like, I don't know for a fact, but I will say from his videos, it looks like 90 to 95% of everything he does is in iPad only. Like, today you can do everything on an iPad you can do on a computer. Everything. And most people, here's the fucking crazy shit, okay? a lot of people prefer to play mobile games than they do playing console games or computer games. Because it's in their pockets all the time. And they can play it on their phone and they can play it on their big tablet. Mobile gaming, as we call it today, is going to be the next big evolution in gaming. Your computer for gaming is going to be obsolete soon. Your computer as a computer is already obsolete. The majority of people under 30 years old are using tablets and phones for their computing work. If you want to know what the future is, look at what people under 30 are doing. I can play both console and PC gaming, I don't give a fuck. But the PC and console gaming market, well, the PC gaming market is falling each year. Well, the PC market is falling each year. The console market is going up, but the mobile and handheld market, both for gaming and computing, is exploding. Even our little, or I call it our, or the little company I work for are making mobile apps to do work. They use mobile to do part of the job. For part of the workflow at my job involves a mobile. It can't be done. Well, it can be, but the way the workflow is set up is a mobile is a really important part of it. So the way that they work, they cannot do the work in that way without a mobile. Right now they are building their own advanced version of that mobile app that potentially then can go and being sold. I would love to be able to make a video about that at some point. Like, I would love to I need to talk to them because they probably will agree to it. But a lot of the shit that we're doing at work, I would love to maybe do an interview or something like that with the owner and talk about the software part of what they are doing down there. Because what they are doing is not uncommon, but most people don't know that even small companies, they do a shit ton of software. Because everything is software nowadays. And what they're doing where I am at right now, I don't think anyone is doing the things that they are doing down there right now. When it comes to the way that they're utilizing the tools that we are using. OCR, computer vision and stuff like that. Or OCR and machine learning and databases and stuff like that. I don't think anyone uses it in the way that we are doing at the job I'm working at right now. I've never seen anyone doing what we are building right now. I've seen similar products. You know, they do kind of the same thing, but it's not the same. You know, it kind of looks like a car, but it's really not a car. And I would love to be able to showcase that. Or I would love them to make a video about it and put on their YouTube channel. Everyone is moving towards ARM. The x86-64 chipset that we are on right now is dying. They can almost not get any more out of it. There's too much legacy stuff going on with it. We are reaching the limitation of the design of the chips. The way that they are designed is limited. It's a design problem. It's not just, it's like, you can make them more efficient, but then they can't do everything that they're doing right now. That's the issue. You could just cut away a lot of backward compatibility and they're just as efficient as ARMs are. You can cut back on a lot of ways that they are handling accessories. And they will be on par with ARM. The the thing is that the world is not ready to move on from the current processor market. And the way that the world is right now and the chipsets are being done, again, you can get better if you build a Intel's chip to only work on one computer with one specific piece of hardware, just like a phone or an Apple product. And you don't have to think about legacy programming and emulations in the kernel and all that fucking shit. Or when I say kernel, I mean CPU. It can be almost as good, if not 100% as good as an ARM processor. The problem is a processor today needs to run stuff, or at least a Intel processor or an AMD processor needs to run stuff that was made in the 60s, and ARM processor don't. That's one of the main benefits of running ARM, is you don't have all of those legacy shit you have to deal with, which is why they are so efficient. There are so many instructions on a modern CPU that are only there so you and I can run software that is 10 years old. Or 20 years old. That's not on an ARM processor. And there's a lot of craziness going on for handling diverse hardware that's not on Mac M chipsets or mobile chipsets. They don't have to handle all the hardware diversifications as we have to do. And well, they need to do like a Rosetta kind of thing where they do an emulation layer. But it needs to be a really good emulation layer. The reason why Apple can do that transition well, and it kind of speaks to the idea of openness, because Apple could not have done that transition well if they were functioning like Microsoft. The only reason why Apple can make those drastic changes so well is because they have really few select devices they have to support. They don't support computers that are that, like the new OS. I think like the youngest computer is from 2015. It officially support. Or is it 17 or 18? That's the oldest official hardware from Apple you can run the latest version of macOS on. Technically, you can run Windows 11 if you circumvent TPM on computers that are from the 2000. Maybe not 2000, but any 64-bit computer, basically. If you have enough RAM. It will be slow-ish, but you can run it on it. It can install. Apple don't have to do that. Plus, Apple don't have to think about thousands of crazy-ass hardware configurations. That's the biggest issue with Windows. Is that it's run on so many different hardware. And that's why it's so easy for Apple, because they know Apple knows exactly with 100% certainty all of the hardware configuration their OS have to support. So therefore, it's so fucking easy for them to make these changes. Because if you know what hardware that's out there that they need to support, that means that the developers also know what hardware that's out there. So they can purposely optimize their software suites to run on said hardware. That's kind of the beauty of a close-knit society or close-knit ecosystem, is that everyone knows exactly what's going on. Everyone is on the same page. Everyone knows exactly everything. There's no guesswork. That's why I really like an example I use a lot for my computer, my nerds on the Linux side is that's why giving IT support to someone running Windows is so much more easy than someone running Linux. Because if we go in here and we get up a notepad, Arcade installed, yeah, new file. So under Windows, all we basically need to know is what version of Windows you run, and then your hardware configuration. That's all we need to know to start help you with a Linux Windows machine. With an Apple, if you want to give hardware or support to an Apple user, what machine are you running? That's all you need to know. What are you running? Oh, I'm running a MacBook Air from X year. I'm running a Mac Mini from X year. That's all you need to know, because then you know what they are running. You know what operating systems that are supported. So you may need to ask also what OS, but you basically don't need to, because Mac OS is really good at keeping things the same when it comes to configuration. Let's go into Linux. Are you ready? What distro? And version of it. What GUI do you use? Windows Manager, DEs, CLI, etc. What versions are the libs you are using? Yoink. Have you done anything on your own, like messing with config file? And what is that? What else can we go into? When did you last update? Are you using any third-party software that you have compiled yourself? This is the basics. This is all of this you need to know. iSystemd and Init is not really. Wayland, Xorg, those are not really a big issue right now, because that comes with the distribution that you're running, and it also comes with what version of the distribution it is. And if you're running like a display environment, display manager, Windows Manager, and stuff like that, it kind of explains under that. All of this you need to ask just to start to somewhat help them. This is just to start to help people. It's the same with FreeBSD. All of these things you need to ask people and talk about before you even start to help them. Where Windows is just, what Windows version are you running? What is your hardware configuration? Oh, we forgot. Did we talk about hardware here? No, we forgot about that. What is your hardware conf? With Mac OS, you basically just need, or with Apple products, you just need to know what computer they are running, and then you know, okay, it's a Mac whatever from this area. You're probably running. This is the latest supported OS. You're probably running the latest supported OS. We already know how to help you. Windows, you're running Windows X with this hardware, we can start help you. Linux, you have to sit and talk about distribution versions, Windows managers, display managers, command line, blah, 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 blah. What versions of the libraries are you using? Have you mismatched libraries? Why have you done it? What are you thinking behind it? And you have to, like, this conversation here can take it can take hours. Like, it can take up to hours to just get information before you can start helping them. This is why I hate helping Linux people. Because you have to basically interrogate them about what have you done? What have you done with your hardware? How old is your hardware? Have you mismatched versions of libraries that is out of the norm of your distribution? You know, all of these kind of things you have to sit and grill them about. And they're like, for God's sake, you idiot, let's just help me. But but I can't help you until I understand what you are doing on the system that you are using. You cannot help anyone if you don't know what they are using. You just can't. It would be like you coming to me and say, my car don't work. Fix it. And I'm like, okay, what car is it? I don't want to say it just don't work. Bring me the car. Then no, I don't want to. You go find it. It's just like, okay, and you say this is the most advanced operating system to ever exist. Yeah. What kernel? Yeah, kernel. Yeah. Are you using a different kernel? You're right, Wilson. The list just keeps getting longer and longer. And this is just to start to help the poor little Linux guy that has a problem. Oh yeah, Wi-Fi used to be an issue. Oh my fucking god. At GPU Wi-Fi drivers, that will only make sense if it's GPU and Wi-Fi related. And that also goes a little bit to Windows. If it's a graphic card issue, you need to know what GPU it is. If it's network issues, you need to know what Wi-Fi. It goes to both Windows and Linux. We are talking generalized information here. Like, what are the bare minimum you need to start to help people? So Windows, it's 2 points. Mac is or 2 lines. Mac, it's 1 line. We're up to 8 with Linux now. And there's probably something I forgot. And not to think about, or to talk about, that under Linux, there are thousands of ways of doing the same thing. So if you tell someone to do it in one way, you will have an angry know-it-all nerd telling you that that is wrong because you should be doing it that way because that's how they have learned it, and they think that's better, and they are always right. And then another fucking sexist micro-penis nerd is saying that both of the other tools are wrong because they know the correct right way and blah, 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 blah. So now instead of helping people, they are yelling and screaming at each other about the best way of helping people. I've seen that too many times. Where instead of helping people, they're bitching and moaning about the correct way of helping them, or the correct command, or the correct way of doing it. And it's like, just, who gives a fuck? Okay? I don't care if you are repairing my car with your testicles around your neck, or doing it with a butt plug up your ass. Just fix my car. I don't care what spanner you are using. Just fix it. But that becomes the whole debate. Oh, why are you using that tool and not that tool? And if you're only using Ubuntu or something like that, then you will not have that issue. Just fix it. Linux has been as high as 7 or 8% under the Windows Vista days. But yeah, this explains the low market share. Yeah, they will then tell you to read the manual. You're right, Wilson. Oh, Linux users are so bad at giving help. Oh, Copilot is in Edge Lamer. Download the latest Edge browser and you get Copilot also. And I tried to talk about this to Linux people for decades, and they don't want to fucking listen. Because Linux people, they see standardization as a bad thing. Because they think that if we standardize something, Copilot is not that. Copilot is dog shit. It's so on Edge, Copilot on Edge is so fucking slow. It's so slow on Edge. But anyway, they think that if you standardize something, that's equal proprietary software, closeness, you can't be flexible anymore, and etc., 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 which is not the case. It just means that we agree that this is how we do it. And then we can vote or whatever the fuck it is later down the line and say, now we're doing it in a different way. But we need standards. There's a reason why everything in the world, every product in the world that is successful have standards. Because it makes it function way better. Way fucking better. Oh, yep. That's exactly what they're doing. Linux users spend more time bitching and moaning about philosophies and politics than actually doing shit. And that's also one of the things that frustrates me most about Linux users. Linux users don't give a fuck about the technology. They don't. Because if Linux users gave a fuck about technology, DJ Ware would be the most subscribed Linux YouTuber on earth. But all of the political and philosophical Linux users channels, or Linux channels, are the ones that are the most subscribed. So that is just, and most viewed. So that is telling me and everyone else with a brain that the contents that are being most used mean that that's what people are most interested in, okay? So that means that Linux users are mostly interested in philosophies and politics and not technology. So stick that up in your fucking hash pipe and smoke that, my child. Don't come at me and tell me that Linux users are more technically advanced and technically minded than anyone else, because that's not what the viewing habits of Linux users tell me. If I make a Linux video that's technical, nobody watch it. If I bitch and moan about something political or philosophical about Linux, everyone watched it. Or not everyone, but more people watch it. They don't want to learn. They don't want to get smarter. They just want to be a white knight, a righteous rider. They want to save the world from this pesky capitalism that's called, Windows and Mac OS. Yeah, drama is key, yeah. Yeah, I need to look into Beard at some point. Yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with the Linux community anymore. I don't. Yeah, who cares what OS you're using exactly? It's the most... Like, I made a short. My YouTube shorts, they are really bad. Like, they get out... Like, I get ratioed so fucking much. People are disliking them all the fuck... Like, I have so much dislike on them. I made a video saying that code or use the platform you're coding for. Somehow that has more dislikes than likes. And like, how can you get, like, I'm not saying anything crazy. I'm not saying anything that's not true. Any developer you talk to will say that to you. Use the platform you're coding for, because it makes it easier to test your shit. But I know why I get all the dislikes. And that was because I was making a sarcastic comment that nobody cares about you swinging your big Linux dick around. That is why I got all the dislikes. I'm almost certain of it. Because Linux users don't like hearing that shit. I think that is one of the reasons what to it is that they don't like being told that nobody cares about you running Linux. You know, code. If you make software for Windows, use Windows. Code on Windows. I used to sit at home and code in a Linux VM like this one here, and code Microsoft software. I did that for like a month, and I'm like, but why the fuck? Because then I have to make the project, release the project, or compile the project, boot up Windows, and then run it. So then figure out, I fucked something up. Go back to my Windows Linux machine, fix the issue, go back to my Windows machine, test the software. Oh, now I need to change something. Go back to my Linux machine to fix the issue again. Go back to my Windows machine to see if it's working correctly. That is so disruptive. Instead of just using Windows, I can test it. Like, I don't even need to compile and release the software. I can just run it directly on Windows to see if it's acting up. The same with Linux. Code it on Windows, go and check it on Linux. Code it on Windows, go and check it on Linux. I used to do a few bash script on Windows because I had Windows booted up. And I need to test these bash scripts. Oh, okay, well now I need to fucking boot up a OpenSUSE VM to test the bash scripts. And like, oh fuck, there's an issue with one of them. And I fixed them in OpenSUSE, while running the OpenSUSE VM. Why the fuck should I shut that down to go into code on the Windows to fix an issue that is a Linux? Like, it, I don't get it. I fucking don't get it. No, developers. So here's the thing: developers use the system that helps them do their job best. Yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux is great. Yeah. Of course, Linux users hate it because it gives people a reason not to use Linux. I use VirtualBox. Either that or VMware. But right now I'm using VirtualBox. I've talked to developers for over 20 years. And every developer I have talked to, let's not say every, because there are of course outliers, but 95% of all developers I've talked to, if they are making a software for a specific system, if they can run that system, they are running that system that they're developing for. If they are making Apple iOS, mobile for Apple iOS software, most of them are coding on a MacBook or a Macintosh. They don't code on Linux or Windows. Some do, but most don't. But for some fucking reason, it has like massively dislikes. I'm like, I can't fucking win. like, what the fuck do I need? Do I need to run around naked with a penguin tattooed on my testicles? What the fuck do I need to do? I don't know. I'm so close to just give up on that fucking shit and just be like, fuck it. Like you cannot do anything sound-minded on YouTube anymore when it comes to Linux. You just can't. You cannot use logic and reasoning on Linux anymore. I don't like. What the fuck should I do? Just tell every developer on Earth to stop what they're doing and use Linux. That would be the worst advice to ever be given by anyone. Like, it would be the stupidest thing you can ever do. Exactly, yeah. And most Linux users that use Linux at work, they use Windows at home, yeah. Or they use both systems. I don't like Linux anymore. I really don't. I must admit, the Linux community, like, every time This is how bad it has become on my channel. Every time I have to do something with Linux, I'm just sitting and dreading the comment section. Every time I mention Linux in a video, I'm like, oh fuck, I did it again. Now I have to deal with these lunatics online for a month. Because I said something sarcastically or in fun or said something that people with 30 years of development have told me, experience have told me and stuff. I'm just like, here's the thing, I can sit and I can shit on Windows for 5 hours. And I will be the most loved person on earth from both Windows users and Mac users and Linux users. I'm starting to stop doing reaction videos. I don't like doing them. And I cannot make reaction videos that's not Linux based. I tried it. I made a reaction video to that microprocessor video. Leap will be gone. Yeah, they've been talking about that for a while now. But yeah, if I do reaction videos that has nothing to do with Linux, nobody's watching it. And the only reason they're watching my Linux reaction videos, it's because they know that I will be critical about it, so they can yell and scream at me in the comment section. And I don't want to make videos just so someone can be toxic to me in the comment section for views. I don't want to be a punching bag because someone don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I really don't. And I know it sounds arrogant, but they don't fucking know what they're talking about. Like 99% of the fucking comments I see from Linux users has no fucking clue what they are talking about. They really don't. And I don't want to be nice about it anymore. I don't want to be open up, or not open, but be like, oh, we all have to be, in this world together, and fuck it. If you make a comment right now, I started doing that this week, or was it last week? If you make a comment, and if you were saying that to me or someone I was around in real life, and I would be kicking you out of my apartment, you will get banned. It's that simple. So if someone is making one of those stupid ass comments, I may just delete the comment. But if they keep doing it, I'll just ban them. I already banned, this week I banned 3 or 4 people. Because of like telling Windows developers to jump out of window. Calling me a Windows fanboy, even though I've been using Linux for 26 fucking years, and I'm still using it. But I'm still a fucking Linux or Windows fanboy that runs around and swing my big Windows stick around. Ban. Right away, ban. If someone comes with those kind of fucking comments, ban. I'm tired of making everyone happy. I look at it like this. My channel is my apartment. If you can't behave in my apartment, I will throw you out the fucking window. I don't give a fuck. And I don't care if you are a member or donator or subscriber. I don't give a fuck. Because if you can't behave, you are making it a bad experience for everyone else. So either you act like an adult and behave, or you get the fuck out of here. I don't think you've been doing anything. I haven't seen any of your comments, events, Westry events. I've heard that the MagSafe wallets, they get really, the stitching gets worn out really fast. So let me know how it holds up later. Yeah, like when Linus Tech Tips did that Linux challenge, That was the biggest fucking opportunity for every Linux developer to take their notepads out and write down every issue those people had. Because they are the target group of Linux. If you want Linux to get over the hump that we are in right now, you need to make it so Linus Tech Tip and his folks would want to run it. Because they represent the biggest majority, or one of the biggest majority of computer users. So, but what they, instead of making notes and listening and ask questions, they attacked the fucking guy. And when I saw that, I was like, yeah, this Linux thing, no. He's not a noob, but he just don't want, he represents the vast majority of people when he's using a computer. If it's difficult for him, imagine how difficult it is for everyone else. Linux people are so good at yelling, screaming, and pointing fingers, but they are so bad at listening and learning. And that is why Linux is where it is. If Linux people and developers just would listen just 10% more than they already do, Linux would be so much fucking better. But everything about Linux is about being angry and being at war and being in a fight. And how dare you want me to listen to your viewpoint? Our viewpoint are the only right viewpoint. I don't know why people want to support that. I don't. I really don't. I cannot understand that. That's a dictatorship. Honestly, it's like being an Apple user. You know, it's the Apple viewpoint. It's what Apple do. That's what you do. You know. Like, the way Linux users are acting is like they were running Apple products. You know, it's the Apple way or no fucking other ways. But in this case, it's the Linux way or no other ways. I don't know about the old MagSafe waters. I heard all of them were really not bad, but they some of them had issues with stitching and whatnot. But I could be mistaken. I got an AirTag for my keys because I keep fucking... Some morning when I have to go to work, I'm not joking, I spend 10 minutes looking at my fucking keys, man. So I got an AirTag for my keys because I always misplace my keys. Always, even at work, if I get my keys out of my wallet, I misplace them a lot of fucking time. My keys out of my wallet. My keys out of my pants pockets. That's what I wanted to say. So I got an AirTag and put that sucker on it. And let me tell you something. It's the fucking easiest thing to do. I love it. It took me 2 minutes to set that shit up. 2 fucking minutes. And now I'm ready to go. Yeah, I need to buy one for my backpack also. I may just get a 3-pack. But I actually only need 2. One for my keys and then one for my backpack. You don't get Apple stick. Oh, Apple stickers with your Mac. Yeah, fucking hell. I thought I got an Apple sticker with my AirTag, but I did not. Maybe you get a sticker when you buy 3, but yeah, I don't know about the Fedora community, but they seem to be okay. The Fedora community seems to be okay also. But you have to remember the Fedora community also has a lot of them are all like long-term Linux users. And a lot of Fedora users also kind of work in IT for the most part, because Fedora and associated technologies like Red Hat and stuff like that are mostly catered towards the IT professional world. Yeah, it may be fake leather, Wilson. I think you're right. Yeah, and here's the thing. That's the beauty about Apple things, and that's also why some people are willing to pay what they pay for Apple products, is because most of the time you don't have to work to do work. You don't have to do, you don't have to maintain and work and tinker and fiddle to get stuff done that you want to do. You just do it. Apple do it for you. You click some buttons, you do some things here and there. That's it. You're ready to go. Windows is kind of there, but you still have to fiddle around sometimes. And Linux, well, fuck it. If you don't like to... If you don't want to spend 10% of your time making sure that you can actually do the work that you want to do, you should not be running Linux. Yeah, Slackware users are great. But again, Slackware is not a distribution for most people, because you need to kind of know what the fuck you are doing when you're running Slackware. And like I said, most Linux users don't know what the fuck they are doing. They don't. You don't need to know anything to install and run Arch Linux. You just need to learn Arch Linux. And that's not difficult. It's not. It's not. If my mom was alive, I could teach her to run and install Arch Linux in no time. Get her to install Slackware and maintain Slackware, especially if you need to compile packages on your own. And you need to hunt down library configs, and there's no dependency resolution and stuff. You have to find the dependencies yourself. Yeah, most people can't do that. The hardest part about Arch Linux is reading. The most difficult thing about Arch Linux is that you need to understand technical English. If you can read and understand technical English, no issue. That's it. The biggest barrier to Arch Linux is understanding and comprehending the English language. And then you just follow a recipe. It's just like baking a cake. You follow a recipe, and you do what the recipe tells you to do. And that's what I say, Wilson. The Arch manual is the technical English. You need to understand technical English. I never really messed around with NixOS. 4 cards. Oh, well, then I could use a Mac wallet from my phone then. I only have 4 cards. But my wallet is massively expensive. Like... It's a handmade American wallet. Travax. It's this one here. And it's not even the most expensive one they have. Where is my wallet? I think... Let's see... Oh, I think it's one of these 2 colors here. I think it's the Black Mississippi mod. I don't want it in Danish. I want it in Murican. United States dollar you do. So it's a $70, but it's real leather. It's real grass-fed leather, and it's handmade, and it's supporting American job, made in the USA. And I'm willing to pay a little bit extra for stuff like this. I actually think this is the one that I have, Black Mississippi mod. Or is it this one here? It's one of those two colors here. No, Ars Linux is all about how well you can read and understand English. Because you don't need to learn much, you just need to be able to follow instructions. No, it's not like a rich wallet. So, can we... So here you have a slip for money, and then you have like this little pull here. You can have like up to 4 or 5 cards here, where you just rip this one and they come out. This is how it looks like. And this is how it looks like on the side. What I love about it is this little quick access pocket here. So I have my credit card here, and I just use my thumb to swipe it out. So I can easily get access to my wallet. No, I don't understand why people like rich wallets that well either, no. This is the most expensive wallet I have ever bought. I actually wanted to get one of their other ones. Which one? It was... I think it was this one here I was looking at. And... Not these here. I don't like these here because you have to manage the paracord thingy. It was this one here. So this one here I was looking at getting also, but I thought it was a little bit too beefy for me. It's really thick. And then I was looking into this one here also, but like I don't like that it's so open. And I just don't like the design of it. This one here I like because you can. It's kind of like a notebook, a little mini notebook with a pen, and I take a lot of notes. But again, I feel it will be too thick. So that's why I went with this one here. And $70 is not too expensive, but it's not cheap either. And just the fact that I know that it's real leather from real animals, and it's handmade. It's handmade. I like that. I like that. I like that, and it's just the right size. I don't like my wallets to get too big. I'm a really minimalist when it comes to. Yeah. It costs like a yeah. That's a good way of looking at it. Like a controller. Yeah, I think it's about the same price as a 360, not 360 Xbox controller. And I had it for 5 months now. And it has some scratches. But here's the thing with leather. The more you use it, when the patina sets in, the better it looks. It gets its own character. It gets its own, it becomes its own thing. I fucking love this wallet. And it's heavy also. It's also heavy. Like there's some, because there's a like, this here is metal. You can also get it with aluminium, but this is metal. This is one piece of pure metal. One piece of metal. So it has like a little bit of heft to it. So when you're holding it in your hand, it feels like you are holding something that is not going to bend your cards and break your cards. and it just feels like quality, you know. Like, I know it sounds stupid, but sometimes when we hold something, we're like, yeah, this feels like quality. And when I hold that wallet, it's like, yeah, like, it's hefty, it's beefy, it's real leather, it has this like really nice feeling to it, and yeah, I fucking love it, man. This is probably the last wallet I'm ever going to buy. And I think there's a lifetime warranty on it also, if I'm not mistaken. They give you a no, 65 years. 65 years warranty. So you're getting, this is the aluminium one. You're getting a wallet that's handmade in the fucking USA, from local sourced materials, done by real people, you know, real fucking leather, and you get 65 years fucking warranty on it. I know $70 for a wallet is not cheap, but it's not massively expensive either. And look at it, like, fuck, like, I feel like a fucking badass when I'm using it. Like, I know it sounds weird, but I feel, you know, like, I feel like a fucking adult. You know, I feel like an adult. I'm having something in my hand that is. It's not something, you know, made in a fucking sweatshop in China or something like that, you know. And it's made to last, you know, like things used to be like 30 years ago. You know, it's like, I feel like a fucking grown-up when I'm using it. And I know this sounds weird, but I need to do I have it on my EDC channel. I need to do a follow-up video on it now that I have it for like about 6 months. Like, I fucking love it. I actually thought I would hate it. But here's another thing. The more cards you put in it, or how many cards you have in it, because it's leather, it starts to form around those cards. So it becomes, you know, you can basically make the wallet into your own. You know, like it morphs into the way that you use it. So not all wallets look and feel the same, because you may have 2 cards in front, 2 in back, or 1 card in front and 5 in the back, or something like that, or 4, or none card in the front. You may have, you know, dollar bills also in the front, like in this part here, and then cards in the back. So they start, you know, they get their own little identity, and it feels organic. I'm so fucking impressed with this wallet. I cannot recommend it enough. And it's the right size that, you know, at least for my hands, you can, I will not say manhandle it, but it feels well in my hands, and sometimes I just sit and play with it in my hands, because it becomes a little bit like a fidget spinner for me to some degree. Exactly, it's one of those wallets that makes you feel like $1 million, yeah. And it's not a flashy wallet. You know, it's not like when people look at it, they are like, oh my god, this looks expensive, or oh my god, this looks like something, you know, you got from your grandfather, you know. I like the. I used to have bifolds, but I don't do it anymore. I used to use bifolds when I had the CAS on me, but nowadays I don't do CAS at all. But I love it. I really, really love it. Let's see what else they have here. I haven't looked at what else you can get in here. Belts. Yeah, that's not. They look cool, but I'm not that big of a belt guy. Oh, that's secondhand stuff. I do like my carabiners, to be honest. Oh, their knives looks kind of cool. Oh god, I'm getting tired. Oh, this looks cool. Then get it like, oh, I love this. Oh, this is, oh, I may need this one. Oh, look at this. I think it's put together with a magnet down there. That's the wallet I was about to buy, this one here. Ooh, this looks amazing. Oh, cool. I do like my nylon stuff also. I'm a really big nylon guy. Yeah, but because I live in EU, we don't have all their products over here. But if you live in the States, I really would recommend looking into their products. Like they really care about what they're doing. And I saw some videos and interviews from the guy that owns the company, and he seems to be like one of the, like he wants to make as many jobs as he can for American people. Like he's really passionate about giving back and keeping it American. And I can appreciate that. Not being an American, but I can appreciate that you're trying to keep it local. That's how I look at it. I don't like had he been from Australia or I would look at it the same way. I like when people trying to do it locally. You know. Oh, you have 2 big ID cards. That's damn. Yeah, that's not good then. That sucks, man. But I like when people, you know, try to keep things local. Because it's so easy to just, you know, outsource everything. But keeping it local, you know, giving back to the community that you live in and making jobs for the people around you. I like that. I like that because we are so focused on helping everyone else that we never see and live in the other side of the fucking world, and that's fine and we should do that, but I feel in today's world we tend to forget our community, you know, where we actually are, the places we live in. It's all about, you know, someone in some obscure place in the world need our help and we need to run over and help them. And then we forget about our neighbors, we forget about the people on the streets, we forget about local jobs and local mom and pop shops and all of that. And I like when people are thinking about their local community. And it's not just about helping the world, but actually, because it's so easy to help the world when you think about it. You just give money away to some fucking charity that takes 80% of it anyway. Only 10% actually get to the fucking destination of what you're giving them. But you can do that, just withdraw $10 a month to whatever fucking. It's so fucking easy. But it's not easy to give back to your community because a lot of times you have to be involved with the community. You have to be, you know your local community. You need to know what's going on in your local community, what's needed. And you need to show yourself more. And most people don't want to do that nowadays. They want to hide at home. So I'm anyone that can do stuff locally or try to do it locally, I'm a big fucking supporter of that. And if I can afford it, I try to buy as many of those products as possible. Like if I want something, I almost always see if there's any Danish thing around that do that I can pay for. And then I look at you know, okay, then I widen my circle a little bit to like Sweden, Norway, Germany, you know, and then I go, you know, I look at, okay, these are not, like if it's not like a Danish thing, then I look at, okay, is it locally made in other places? Like, is it locally made in America? Is it locally made in Sweden or Germany? And then that becomes important to me. That is not just something outsourced, because then I can just go on to fucking Amazon and buy it there or something like that, which everything all there is almost outsourced anyway. Keeping local jobs, I think, is really important. It's really important because it can quickly become a situation where all the jobs in the world, depending on what you want to do, is in one place. So if you want to be a coder, you have to go to Silicon Valley. You want to work in IT, you have to go to Silicon Valley. The only local jobs that you will have is like repair jobs, sanitation jobs, barber shops, hairdressers, clothes, maybe not even clothes shops, but stuff like that. Really limited jobs are going to be local because they have to be local. But okay, you want to be an IT guy, you have to move to Silicon Valley. You want to do production, you have to move to China. You want to be, let's say, engineering, go to Germany, and then there's like an area of Germany that do that really well. That world I don't want to live in. But that's the world that we're going towards, that a specific part of specific countries do one thing, and then other countries, specific part of that country, do another thing. And then you just move to those areas, and that would be a really boring world to live in, if you ask me. So if you want to be like a chef, you move to France, some places in France or something like that. Even though like restaurants would probably be one of those jobs that will always be local also, because people like to go out and eat and stuff like that. But let's say farming, that would be, let's say, I don't know, Idaho or Texas or something like that, Whole Texas just become one big farmland, and every farmer in the world is living in Texas or something. It looks like that is the future we're going towards. And that's in my opinion, that's sad, So I like when people try to keep it local. That makes sense to me, and it's worth, if you have the money for it. Like I understand that I'm privileged enough that I can afford these things, but if you can't, that's fine. That we don't have to put ourselves into a uncomfortable situation just to do stuff like this. You do it if you can, because in the end, you are the most important person in your life, nobody else. You and your family always should come first, and then when you are being taken care of, your family is taken care of, then you can go on and do these extra nice things. Support your local community and stuff like that. And when that's taken care of, you expand your bubble. But I know here in Denmark, we are so focused on helping everyone else in the world, but not helping each other. And I hate that about Danish culture. Denmark has become all about the white picket fence, to use like an American metaphor. Everything has to look neat and nice from the outside in, and look like we are these amazing people that do everything for everyone and stuff like that. And we have to show the world that, that's how we are, when that's definitely not the case. When you live here and you see how we're treating each other, and the system of treating Danish people, like, you have more rights in Denmark as a refugee than a Danish person have. You have more rights. Because we have to put this image out into the world. We are taking better care of someone moving to Denmark than someone that's lived here their whole life, paid their taxes their whole life, giving back to the community their whole life. They're being treated like dog shit. And I hate it. I hate Denmark. I really do hate Denmark. I hate the Danish language. I hate the Danish mentality. I hate this picket fence mentality. I fucking hate it. But if you ask people that don't live here, it's such a good place to be, and they're doing so much for the world, and we are, but we forget about the Danish people, And if there's no Danish people, there's no people to do all of those nice things in the end, If you don't take care of your local community, there's nobody else to help everyone else. Like, it's the same with moms and dads. They struggle and work themselves to death to take care of their kids. And then they die at the age of 50 because they have overworked themselves. And now they have really young kids with no fucking parents or really sick parents. Then you're not taking care of your kids. You need to take care of yourself so you can take care of your kids. Mom needs a mom day. Mom needs to be pampered. Mom needs to get fucked 7 ways to Sunday and be taken out for dinners. And the same with dad. So their mental health and their physical health is on top so they can take care of the fucking family. But nobody thinks like that anymore. It's all about taking care of everything else than yourself. But if you cannot take care of yourself, you cannot take care of anyone else. If you see a mom looking like shit and don't take care of herself, it's like, is she really taking care of her kids? Is she? Do you think the kids are happy with seeing a mom or dad that looks like they're about to die tomorrow because they overworked and stressed out? They may be yelling at the kids because they overworked and stressed out. I don't think the kids see them as good parents because they're sacrificing, in quotes, everything for the kids. I think it's the opposite, to be honest. You need to take care of yourself and then your community and then everyone else. Because if you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of your community. If you can't take care of your community, you cannot take care of anything else. It's really that fucking simple. What is this? Oh, that's on Instagram. But we all want to look like we are nice people instead of just being fucking nice people. I hate that shit. Pretending. That's why I hate Christmas. I hate Christmas. I'm dreading December. I hate Christmas. I hate it. Everyone are so fake. Everyone is running around and smiling because they have to, and oh, we are so jolly, and oh, let's hug each other. Oh, and it's so fucking fake. It's so fake, and I hate fakeness. I'm just like, I know how you are the rest 11 months of the fucking year. The only one you're fooling is yourself. Even your colleagues, like, I know how it is to work with you. I know how it is to work with you. Yeah, you can play nice to me for like a month. I still know how it is to work with you. So, I'd rather have that you are a fucking asshole to me in December and nice to me the rest of the 11 months of the year. And the bosses are extra willing to give you all time off, and they give you bonuses. And why do you need to give me a bonus because it's December? I don't give a fuck. I'd rather have a bonus in March just because I did a good fucking job. Give me a fucking bonus out of the blue because you actually value me as a fucking employee. Don't just give me a bonus because it's socially demanded of you to do so because it's Christmas. It's so fucking full of bullshit. Everything I get for Christmas, I don't value. I did as a kid, but as an adult, I don't value it at all. No matter who it's from. Girlfriends, families, jobs. Anything they give me for Christmas as a Christmas gift or bonus, I don't value it whatsoever. Because I know they're only doing that because of social pressure. Because had they not had to do it because of social pressure, they would not have been doing it. So how much is it? It don't matter. What's the thought behind it? There's no thought behind it. It's meaningless. They were forced to do it, basically. And if something is forced to give you, do something for you, that's not genuine. It's not good. So yeah, that's my rant about hating Christmas. The same with birthdays. I hate birthdays. Again, everyone is fake nice to you because it's your fucking birthday. Which is something you had no fucking control over whatsoever. It was not like you were like, yep, I want to come out of my mom's vagina at this exact date. It's just like... But everyone's like, oh, it's your birthday, here's gift and cake, and why does it have to be my birthday for you to give me a fucking gift? Why can't I get one like Tuesday in a month or something like that? Because you like me as a person. I fucking hate that shit. I hate society, man. I just like, I just need to buy a fucking cabin in the woods and just be like, fuck everyone, Just give me good internet and then fuck everything else. I'm like, yeah, fuck everything else, man. Society can just go and be the fake motherfuckers that they are and do all those societal fucking bullshit that they are doing. I would go and cut some wood out and make a fireplace and warm my stinky ass feet in front of it while I'm playing Call of Duty or something like that. It's it's a fun thing, man. Everyone tells me I'm crazy when it comes to stuff like that. I probably am crazy about it, but I never could. Even as a kid, when I became like a teenager, I couldn't take Christmas and birthday seriously. I just couldn't. I hated it. I want the food. It's good with some good food. Good food is always good. But everything else, they could just like. I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. Are you excited for your gifts? Not really. I kind of know what I'm getting. It's something that I want. What it is that I want, I don't know, but it's something that I want or have, I have put on my list. So I know I'm getting one of those things. So, yeah. This drive has become really popular, by the way. Oh, I forgot that we have ads on YouTube now. Shut your mouth. You can actually get this for your computer also, the Western Digital Plaque. It's really popular among gamers, by the way. And it's not that expensive. And it should be really, really good. I just have I have Kingstons. I like Kingston RAM and Kingston drives. This seems to always work for me with no much issues. It looks beefy though. Or it's just the heatsink. I have my motherboard have built-in heatsinks for NVMe drives. So I had if I should put this into my motherboard, I had to remove the heatsink. Or else it would not fit there because it has its own heatsinks for them. Which is actually really nice. So I can just buy the cheapos with no heatsink. I actually never looked into a PS5 before. This is really interesting. Is it really that fucking easy? Well, yeah. If it's really that fucking easy, there's no excuse for not upgrading your RAM module, not RAM, your storage module. Yeah, like I said, I have like my motherboard have their own heatsink with heat pads and everything. So if I bought one of those, I need to take the heatsink off. It will not fit at all in my motherboard. I could not use it because it has its own heat. Well, I could take the whole heatsink plug off, but why would I do that when I have like the heatsink that I have right now is for the two bottom NVMe's. The heatsink is just as long as the whole motherboard. Like the heatsink is the length of the whole motherboard for two NVMe's. So they can disperse, heat that big. So it would be like, why would I use something lesser, Yep. PlayStation, I think all the way back from PlayStation 1 was... there's thermal pads between the heatsinks and the NVMe's, yeah. Yep. They are pre-applied. pre-applied thermal pads, yeah. Or not paste, but it's pad. You don't put thermal paste on memory. That's almost always pads, thermal pads. Your GPU's memories and power delivery components, they use thermal pads, yeah. It looks like double tape, basically, yeah. It's almost only CPUs and GPUs that use like central processing units or computing processing units. Like the die itself is mostly the only places you use thermal paste. Everywhere else you tend to use pads. And they work almost as well, to be honest. At least for what they are used for. RAM don't get as or memory don't get as hot as your CPU die does. Or GPU die does. So thermal pads are just as good. Yeah, but like I said, they don't get as hot as your GPU does or CPU does. Like the die itself gets way hotter than your memory does. Like you don't really need heat sinks for your NVMe's. You don't. If you have good airflow in your case, you don't really need it. It will help you, but you don't really need it if you're buying a good NVMe, because they are built for it. It will help you, and it will or could potentially extend the lifespan of your modules and stuff like that, but you don't really. It's not like if you're taking it off, it will go and explode and you can't use it anymore. It's just helping you keeping the temperature in check, basically. It's the same with like memory, like RAM modules. You don't need heat sinks on your RAM modules. You can get a lot of the same speed, capacity, and everything. You can get the same sticks with no heat sinks on whatsoever. It will, of course, help you, and it is beneficial. You know, like with something like making sure that they last as long as possible, and etc. But it's not like no heatsink, can't use it. You know, it's not like a CPU where if you run it without heatsink for a certain amount of time, it will go tits up and explode in your face. They will just, you know, keep going. Just keep going. Yeah, that's when they go nuts with their liquid cooling. It's dangerous. It can be dangerous if you get some of that shit on your hands and stuff like that. But it's fun to watch. It's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing. It's a weird hobby. It's the same with speedrunning. I never really understood why people would want to speedrun a game. But I guess it's the challenge of it, you know, like some people like to do things just because they can do them. Fucking Instagram. What else do they have here? What the fuck is that? Is that an engine? Oh yeah, they're designing an engine. Oh yeah, Apple came out with the M3 chip. if I can spell. I don't know how to feel about it. I think it's not as big as a jump as I thought it would be. That's some slimy shit. He's getting up there in subscribers, little gadget guy here. 3 nanometers. I think, like, if I had an M2 chip, I don't think I would be upgrading unless I was a gamer or something like that, because it looks like that's the only way or only place they're getting really benefits. Let me put some captions for you, guys and girls. Like going from M1 to M2 had a lot of benefits, also with like more reliable Bluetooth connections and better Wi-Fi and stuff like that. But it seems like this one here, they have focused more on gaming, you know, like ray tracing is coming into Apple Silicon, gaming performances has gotten better. So if you're doing a lot of 3P, I can't speak, GPU intensive shit, this would probably be a good one for you, I guess. I don't know. I saw a video where they talked about that Apple has lost its edge. It has lost its magic. It was not innovating so much anymore as it used to, and all of those things. And I think, like, after Steve Jobs died, we got the Apple Watch, we got the M series chips, we got the virtual reality or augmented reality kind of thing. I think that's, like, I would not call that not innovating, but that design has been slacking off. LiDAR, but that's not how many people use LiDAR. I have LiDAR on my phone. I've never used it. Like, I have it on my phone. I've never used it. I will say that design has slowed down after Steve Jobs died. They are not focusing so much on design as they used to, but more. It's more technologies. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, Wilson. It's kind of just a gimmick, yeah. Has he started to work out or something? I think he's worked out a little bit, or he just have a really a shirt on that is favorable for his childish manly physique, I guess you would call it. I don't know. But I feel that Apple have advanced and been on the forefront on a lot of technology things, but that design after Steve Ives is not a part of Apple anymore has massively fucking gone downhill. Yeah, he had a knack for understanding how to make tech. So he was really good at talking to Linux nerds and making what they want into something that a mom and dad could use and wanted to use. He was really good at bridging that gap, at talking to nerds and listen to them and guide them into a direction that made sense for the rest of the world. And to some degree, the Windows side with Bill Gates, he also had a knack for that. So not as good as Steve Jobs, but Bill Gates understood that also, but more in a business sense. He understood how to make technology useful for businesses more. And it's the same with the new one, Adele, or what the fuck his name is. He's also really good at bridging the nerd talk and how to make nerd talk variable and viable for the IT world, you know, the industry, where they also getting better at doing it with everyday people, but this still Windows are still really good at making technologies and understanding how to use technologies in the corporate world. Where Apple still is not, they are not good at doing the corporate world shit, but they used to be really good at looking at a technology and say, we know how to make this something that a consumer want, or at least have an idea. And a lot of times those ideas was in the right ballpark. Where Windows, the Windows people or Microsoft is really good at being like, we can see how this technology could be a really, really good product for a corporation or organization and stuff like that, or in a server room and stuff like that. And I think that's why we still have an Apple and a Microsoft, because Apple is focusing on the thing Windows is not focusing that much on, like the end user consumer. Like, of course, Windows is thinking about gaming and stuff like that, but we are not their main money maker. So we are not the ones taking most of the focus. Apple's main money makers are iPhones and tablets. It's the end consumer. It's consumerism. So I think that's why they exist so well as they do, is that, and that's why they're dominant in it. Like, Apple is dominant in the consumer space with tablets and phones. They're just not dominant in computing. But Microsoft is, because they know how to do computing. Yeah, the turtleneck, yeah. Yeah, the turtleneck. So think about Windows 11 as a better, more refined version of Windows 10. So if you like Windows 10, you will love Windows 11. It just do a lot of things better and more refined and more polished and more modern looking-esque also, if that matters to you. And I love Windows 11 compared, like, I loved Windows 10 and I love Windows 11. I think Windows 11, like, to me, Windows 10 is probably the new XP. Windows 10 is the new XP. It will probably go down in history as the new XP. And Windows 11 is not far from it. It's just a better and newer version of it. So think about it a little bit like this. What Windows 11 is to Windows 10 is like what a Mac OS upgrade is to the previous Mac OS upgrade. That's how they approach Windows 11, it looks like. So you're getting a lot of, neat little extra features and policies and some features here and there, but it's not like it's a totally different new system and stuff like that. Like, it's not like going from Windows 8 to 10, for example. Or 7 to 10. It's more like going from one Mac OS version to another. Like, small policies, betterment, listening to what the users want and taking away stuff users wanted. And, it's just like a more refined, it's a refinement process, basically. But who knows? Windows 12 could be a paradigm shift. Who knows? I don't know. They want to do a lot of AI with Windows 12, apparently. I just don't think that AI is at the place that they want it. But, yeah. Also, there's not a lot of Apple people left that they had a massive exodus of Apple developers. I think it, because you have to remember Windows 8 was a massive flop. Like, let's be honest. Windows 8 was a massive flop. And Windows 10 versus Windows 8 was a big, like, there was a lot of big differences. And also Windows 10 ran for a long time. Normally Windows would update its OS version every 2 years. They came out and said that Windows 10 would be the last OS update ever, and then it would become a rolling release. But then they with Windows 11, of course, they took that back. But I think they did that to start, basically say, we are starting on something new. This is not even close to be the same OS as you're used to. I think that's why they did it. They wanted to get away from the Windows 8 fiasco thing, and they want to indicate that we're starting over now, or not starting over, but we are changing a lot of things now, from now on. And a good way of doing that is either to reset the numbering or calling it something else, or in this case, just skipping 9 and say that, let's skip it. Let's just skip it. Yeah, but had Windows 9 came out and you search Windows 9, it will show you Windows 9. That's not a good benchmark of saying that's the reason why they're doing it. That's no. That's not because no. That makes no sense. Like I said, the idea with Windows 10 was that it should have been a rolling release, but they retracted that. They wanted you to just, like, Windows 10 should be a one install, and then basically like Arch Linux, and then every 2 times a year you got a massive Windows update. You got like basically a new Windows version every 2 times a year. So think of it a little bit like Ubuntu. That was the idea with Windows 10, and I think that's why they did Windows 10, to say that we are approaching the way we do Windows so differently that we are skipping a number and we start, like, when you think about it, Windows like 10, you're going into a whole new numbering system. It's the start of a 2-digit number. It's the first in line in a 2-digit numbering scheme, where Windows 9 would just be a continuation of 8. Just like Windows 8 is a continuation of 7. But 10, now we are beginning a whole new chapter, basically. That's why people celebrate 10 year, every 10 year, that's a big milestone. Because, it's a whole new chapter, basically. And I think that's why they did it, because they were like, it's a new start, new approach, we are looking at things differently, we want to do things differently, let's start with 10. Kind of like going back to 0, basically. But instead of going back to 0, then have potentially 2 Windows 7 and 2 Windows 8s. 0 for us now is 10. A little bit like Mac OS 10, And Microsoft is approaching Windows more like Mac OS. Like the way Apple approached Mac OS with Windows 10 and up. Because before Windows 10, every Windows update was a massive Windows update. Like Windows 8 was really different from Windows 7. Windows 7 was really different from Windows Vista. But with Windows 10, they wanted to do, like I said, those every 6 months you get like basically a new version of Windows, basically. But it was just be called 10. Whatever, like what Mac OS is doing. And Windows 11 is just like a continuation of the Windows 10 branch. Another way of looking at it is that Windows 7 and Windows 8 is one type of car, Windows 10 and 11 is another type of car, but they're made by Ford. They're made by the same car manufacturer. So Windows 12 will just be a continuation of Windows 11, basically. And then maybe if we are getting a Windows 20, that will probably also be like, okay, now we again, massive paradigm shift. Yeah, Xbox naming convention is really weird. Like, yeah, it's really weird. The 360, X10, S. I don't know why they and how they come up with them. To be honest, I think they just spitballing ideas, and then they decide what fucking what to call them. Basically, they may have a fucking vote. I don't know, and they're like, "Hey, we have these ideas for calling Windows X, Y, and Z. Let's call it that." Yeah, I think. I don't know. I think we will get a Windows. It's 12 or 13. So yeah, I do. Or maybe Windows 12 would just have a nickname. You know, have a like we had Windows Vista. Maybe they would go back and just call it. You know, Windows 12 could be called something else. You know, it will have like a code name instead of a numbering scheme. Yeah, Windows Refrigerator, yeah. Reviewing every iPad ever. 10 years of Apple documentaries. Oh, cool. A really hippie looking Steve Jobs there. He looks really menacing, like Steve Jobs. He looks like he was about to fucking eat your head. Yeah, but they are doing a refresh of Xbox. They're not going to make a new one. They're just going to beef it up, basically. They go and PlayStation are doing the same. I think it's like next year we will get like a refresh of the current line of PlayStations and Xboxes. So it will not be a totally new Xbox or PlayStation. It will just be like a more up-to-date one because it's not wanted. Because you have to remember, the current line of consoles have not sold as good because of the pandemic and because of chip shortage and what was the other thing? Availability. That they still have, like, there's still a lot of room left in them. But now developers kind of want more power, you know. So they don't need to, let me put it this way, they don't need a new architecture. They just need more power, and that's what they're giving them. Oh, no. Bill Gates don't look evil. Bill Gates look creepy. That's the difference. He looks creepy. I'm not saying young Bill Gates looked evil. He looked really creepy. Like, he looked like the guy that would sit in front of his computer, and then when a girl came in the room, he was sitting there making weird noises and sloppy noises under the table. You could just hear those fucking weird noises. And you would just see him looking really strange at the woman. That's how Bill Gates, like one of those creepy, weird dudes, he looks like that. Or sit in the corner just drooling and having fucking like stuttering and you know, have like fucking weird ventilation issues when a girl came in the room. But he would not say anything or stand up. He would just, like, you know, sit in the corner and being creepy. Bill Gates always looked creepy to me as a young kid. So look at it this way. Steve Jobs looks a lot like he could be a quarterback. You know, he would probably have been popular with the girls, and he's way more sociable and stuff like that. And like I said, he would look like the quarterback, Steve Jobs. Bill Gates would be the RV nerd. You know, the math nerd, the Dungeons and Dragons nerd. That will have that will be like if a girl said hey to him, he couldn't speak for 10 fucking hours. That's how those two looks to me. Like, Steve Jobs is like the poster boy of a popular kid in school. And Steve Jobs is the poster boy of the creepy motherfucker, nerdy guy that either he's going to shoot up everything or he's going to do a brilliant fucking IT job. That's kind of the Bill Gates kind of way he's looking at. Either he's going to shoot everything up or he's going to be really successful at some job, but he's going to be a creep his whole life. And apparently, Bill Gates was a massive creep at Microsoft. Apparently, he did some things to the female employees that you should not be doing. And a lot of it. So, I stand by that assumption. I don't think we heard anything about Steve Jobs being, inappropriate towards women. Like, he was a dickhead, and he was combative, he was arrogant, narcissistic, but I don't think we've heard him being, creepy and too touchy-feeling with people he shouldn't be that with. So he seems to have a better social IQ than Bill Gates have. But if he's a narcissist and arrogant, they tend to have high social IQs anyway. Because they can navigate the room better. But Bill Gates always looked like that. He's also, when you hear him talk and the way he come across himself, he conduct himself, he's always, to me, been that creepy guy, like, I would not let if I had, kids, female kids, I would be like, yeah, if Bill Gates came up in a white van and had candy in the back of his truck, I would not put that past him. Yeah, Steve Ballmer is the lawyer from hell. He's a fucking lunatic. Yeah, he was, yeah. Yeah, but he also did a lot of touchy, quopy, putting things into vaginas that his wife don't like, of course. Like you don't do that when you are married. Steve Jobs is a weird dude. Because you should not like him, but you do. That's the weird thing about him. You will probably hate working with him. You will probably hate being his friend. But you will still like him. Because he did so many brilliant things. And he had all of those, great ideas and stuff like that, but he was not a good person. He was a weird dude. If you look at it on paper and you took your emotions out of it, you will not like him. But you still do, You would probably still like him even if he treated you like how many employees have come out and said that they were willing to fucking end their life working for Steve Jobs, but they will do it all over again. They were emotional broken working for him, but they will do it all over again. So they hate him, but they also like him and love him. It's really weird thing about him. Yeah, Paul Allen really gets forgotten, yeah, but he was also because he was the silent partner of all of it. Yeah, he was a really cool dude, yeah. I've only heard good things about him. It's a little bit like Steve Wozniak. He gets a little bit more recognition, but not as much. And everyone that has had anything to do with Steve Wozniak, they love the dude. They have only good things to say about him. Only good things to say about him. And he definitely looks or come across like the guy that you would love to have a beer with and just talk nerd stuff with. He seems like a fun, loving kind of guy, Like one of those people that you just want to be friends with. not a lot of people talk about Wozniak. And he's done a lot of great things. Also outside of Apple. Super Mac. Oh, that was the Mac clones back in the day. Oh god. I kinda miss the old Mac, you know. Mac OS 9. I loved that shit. I so wanted a Mac OS 9, a Mac machine back in the day. Maybe I'm a secret fucking Apple lover. I don't know. But Apple is one of those products where you're always fascinated about it. But it's expensive to get into. There's a stigma around it. And look at that creepy ass smile. Look at those fucking eyes, man. Like, I'm going to put my penis into your ear canals. You know, it's like... I think most people really, really want Apple, but they don't want to admit it. Because it's expensive. It is like, oh, it's what all those arrogant fucking, you know, hip people are using. And but I think secretly, most people love to be an Apple user. Even Linux users, to be honest. I had this is my first iPhone in 5 years. I think it's 4 or 5 years. I used to alternate every second year. I got an Android, iPhone. Then I got into Samsung, and I loved the Samsung ecosystem. So I got 2 Samsungs in a row, and then this time I was like, I need an iPhone. I like to not be tied down to one ecosystem. So, and I also want to understand what the other side is about. So I wanted an iPhone this time. That's why I use Windows and Linux. I don't want to be just a one-trick pony. I want to understand as much as possible and know what people are saying when they're talking about Windows and know what people are saying when they're talking about Linux. And it's the same with my I have it like that with almost any electronic device. I buy way too many smartwatches that I should. I've had a Sun 2, or the fitness trackers. Sun 2, I've had a Amazfit, right now I have a Polar Watch. You know, I like trying new ecosystems and new stuff like that out to not become a mindless sheep that just go with one thing and then that's the only thing I can use and everything else is shit and I don't want to listen to it. Like, I'm really afraid of becoming close-minded and not open to new things. That's one of my biggest fear, is become really stupid and become really close-minded. Because both of those things, I think, is limiting your growth as a human drastically. Either if you... being stupid is sometimes something you can't, it's just in your genes. You can't do anything about it. But being close-minded and only, being a one-trick pony, that you can do something about. And if you... Like, I'm a Linux user and I'm only going to use Linux, you are limiting yourself so fucking much in life. The same if you're saying you're a Windows user or Mac user, and that's the only thing you're going to be using. You are limiting yourself so much. You are cheating yourself out of so many experiences. I also listen to everything from classical music to death metal. Like, I am more like of a metalhead. I love hard rock and metal, everything to do with metal. But I also listen to techno, classical, and gangster rap. I love listening to all kind of music. I prefer heavy metal, just like I prefer Linux. But I also use everything else and listen to everything else. Because I don't want to limit myself. And I really think a lot of people, they love limiting themselves. And running one line, being a one track, one groove their whole life. This is who I am, this is what I am. Oh yeah, neo metal, I think they're calling it, yeah. Where they take classical music elements and put it into rock and metal. That's really, really great. Like one of the pioneers was the Randy Rose, the guy that played for Ozzy Osbourne before he died. He was like the one of the first, and Yngwie Malmsteen, the Swedish guy. They were like the pioneers of neoclassic music. Stevie Ray Vaughan is really fucking good. Yeah, I love that dude. He was really good at mixing a lot of rock with mainstream blues. Yeah, he was fucking good. He was fucking good, yeah. I play some of his music on guitar sometimes, or try to. Cliff Burton, yeah, he was also really good. Yeah, rest in peace. The same with Stevie Ray Vaughan, rest in peace, man. Yeah, those two were fucking epic, man. Cliff Burton, there was just something about his bass playing I've never seen or heard before. He was just magical with that fucking instrument. And he seemed like such a nice guy. The same with Stevie Ray Vaughan. They both seemed like amazing dudes. I saw there was an interview with Stevie Ray Vaughan where he was making sandwiches with his mom at his mom's deli. And let's just do an interview here. Yeah, I love that shit, you know. I love that shit. I love when people are successful, but they still, you know, they're just normal human beings. I love that. And maybe that's what I like about Steve Jobs, because he was not, you know, buying Lamborghinis and, you know, he was not flashing around all of his fucking money left, right, and center. He was just a normal dude. Yeah, that old hockey puck mouse, yeah, that was a really weird thing, man. It was a really strange thing, yeah. But I remember when that iBook came out, fucking hell. That iBook was the talk of the fucking town, man. Everyone wanted it. Everyone. But that old iMac and iBook, I think, was the first one where Steve Ives really got free reins from Steve Jobs to do whatever he wanted. But I also think Steve Jobs was one of those people that if he really liked you, he was your best friend for life. Because that's the feeling I get. The few people he really opened up for, and like Steve Ives and some of his older friends, like also the way that Steve Wozniak talks about him, like before he got too much up his own ass, you know, those few people he really let in and stuff. That I think he's like one of those people that if he really values you, he's there forever, man. He's your best friend for life. But it takes a lot of fucking, you know, like you need to do a lot of penetration to get into that, you know. You need to show yourself and your value. And it needs to be big, you know. Like you need to be of great value to him to some degree. Like you need to have shown yourself to be basically on his level, you know, like he needs to see you as an intellectual equal. And if you do that, I think he would be your best friend for life. But not a lot of people can match that, because he was a brilliant fucking dude. And a lot of people can't keep up with that, sadly enough. It takes a lot of bandwidth to keep up with a person like that. Especially someone that thinks that they are the smartest person on Earth. You need to be really accommodating and also need to keep up with them, which is really fucking difficult for a lot of people. They just don't have the bandwidth to keep up with it. Because they would be feeling intimidated, lesser, and all that shit, and then their insecurities is going to make them combative and stuff like that. that iMac is still, or that Macintosh is still fucking expensive today, man. I wish Linux would be more like Apple. Care more about the end user. But fuck, they understand marketing. Like, it's... If you want to get people... Like, every time I see an Apple event, if I was a billionaire, I would be spending all... Not, of course, I couldn't spend all my money, but I would be buying every fucking thing they have in their store at that point. Every Mac event I see when I see it live, if I had the money, I would be buying every new product they just came out with. They know how to fucking sell shit. And it's so fucking hard to admit, because they brainwash you into do that. Of course, they are manipulating you into do it, but fuck, they are efficient at it, man. But I think the art of design is slowly getting away. Steve Jobs' death kinda got rid of it. And then when Steve Ive left Apple, that was the last, like, he was the last hope of getting design back in things. And I do appreciate good design. I really do. I really appreciate and love a good UI and good design in anything. Because it makes you want to use it more. That's the thing, it makes you want to use it more. Like, if you play an instrument, you can play the piano or the guitar on any guitar, but if it's a guitar or a piano that looks cool to you, that looks nice to you, you are more willing to pick it up and play it than if it's not. And it's like that with everything. If you have a watch, you wear the watch you like the most, the look of the most, you know, like the feel the most. That's the design, you know. Of course, a perfect dog, of course. I don't know. I think what you're saying is ringing a bell, but I don't know if it's because I've seen it in other design documentaries and stuff like that. But I can't sit here and say I have. But what you're saying makes it, like, you know, it rings a bell. Like, what you're saying makes sense and sounds like something I've heard before. But I could just be thinking about either a documentary about design or some other thing. But yeah. But design is everything. It's everything. Like, if you're going to wear earbuds in your ear, you want earbuds that feels good in your ear, that's design. You know, it's... You're willing to forget a little bit of lesser sound quality if they fits really well in your ear and don't fucking hurt you. Like, I had to buy new headsets because the headsets I had like, there was a metal bar, and if you shake your head, it was like ching, you know, like it would make like a ringing noise because of that fucking metal bar. It would start to vibrate, but they sound amazing. So I had to get lesser quality, or not lesser quality, but lesser good sounding headsets. But they were more comfortable, and I didn't hear that fucking ding sound every once in a while because I shook my head or hit something. So I was willing to go down just a little bit in sound quality for better comfort, and I didn't have a fucking bell going on once in a while around me. Oh, remember iTunes? I remember the Aqua UI. It was so fucking like space ages back in the day. So fucking space age. It was like a really like... people that was not around when Mac OS X came out have no idea how It was like looking at the future. But what is what is the translation issue with? Tell me about it. Well, what is the translation issue? I haven't kept up with anything Linux lately in the Linux news. The only thing I looked into was this Microsoft showing up at a Ubuntu event. That's the only Linux news I have had read or looked into in 4 months. If it's because the word can be translated or has like a racist translation, let me put it this way: context means everything. So, if that's not what they mean, if that's not why they did it, oh yeah, I heard about that. That they had to take down. Was it? Ubuntu Cinnamon Bocce because someone put some hate language into the ISO. That I don't like. And those people should be banned for any contribution of open source software in forever. They should not be allowed to contribute to any open source software ever. Yeah, but I saw that some of the ISOs got remade because they have put in some hate speech into some of them. And that, yeah, if someone did that, they should not be allowed to contribute to any software ever again. Closed or open, nope, they should be banned for life. If you can't play with other people, you should not be playing with other people. If they are kids, like if they are 10, 15 years old, give them a pass, give them a massive fucking yelling at. But if it's grown ass adults, banned for life. So Wilson, that's because people don't validate other people's things. Yes, and it goes again into the thing about looking at the source code. That if everyone was looking at the source code as all of those open source fanatics are saying they're doing, it would have been catched before it got released. It would have been catched the day they put it in. But no. It did not get catched before it was too late. And that just tells me two things. Nobody, or well, not nobody, everyone is not looking at the code, and there is a really fucking over-trusting in people's contribution to open source projects. There's not enough validation. And if there is not enough validation in the code they allow into a project, it's just pure luck that it fucking works. Like, honestly. No, it was... So here's the thing. Painted black, sorry. It was not Ubuntu's own release. It was one of the community releases. So it's not Ubuntu that did something wrong. It was the community editions. It was some of the developers or some developers that had contributed something to a community release. And I think it was Ubuntu Cinnamon and Bocce. One of those two, I can't remember which, but it was one of the community releases. It was not early enough. There's no excuse for this. This should have been found out. Let me put it this way. Had that happened in a company with proprietary software, the people that did that would not have a job anymore. The people that should have found that would not have a job anymore. The manager of the project would probably not have a job anymore. That's how bad that thing would have been. It's only because it's open source that they still can go and do some work, sadly enough. But yeah, had that been done at Microsoft or any other proprietary company, they would have gotten fired. The people that should have found it would probably have gotten fired. And the manager would probably have gotten fired. Or at least got a massive demotion. Is that the right word? Demotion? That just tells you that the lack of structure that's going on with open source in a lot of instances, it's a big mess. And nothing good comes out of big messes in the long run. Canonical are really picky. Funny enough, the most hated Linux company on earth is really picky about who they hire. Because they don't fucking mess around, man. They want quality workers. They want really quality workers. And that should tell you something. If it's hard to get into a place, and they are picky about who they hire, a lot of times that means that you really should try and get in there. Because that means they want great people. You are going to work with great people then. Because they don't fuck around. But they probably also expect a lot from you. Not a lot of people can handle that. Yeah, there's always, like I said it so many times, it's always the few that spoils the fun for the majority. You know, it could be, it could be like you say, like maybe Canonical's like, hey, community this is just not going to be a thing because you can't fucking control what's going on. You can't keep your fucking developers in check. So why the fuck should we allow community spins then? This is a bad fucking look for Canonical. Why would we put a validation stamp on top of that fucking shit? Just because a few people didn't do their job and validated the code and looked at the code. It's the same with the toxicity in the Linux community. It's not the majority of people that are toxic. It's just the loudest part of the Linux community that is toxic. And because nobody is doing anything about it, those people are going to ruin it for everyone else. Those people are going to drive people away from making Linux content. Those people are driving away people from using Linux. But the majority are not doing anything because they don't want to. They think it's not a problem. Why should we do anything about it? We don't want to be, we don't like conflicts and blah, 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 blah. It's always the bad few that are ruining it for the masses because the masses don't do anything. You do know that saying that it is about ethnicity, so I'm not going to say it, but the gist of it is like this. I didn't do anything when they came for the people at the road next to me. I didn't say anything when they came after the people at the end of my street. I didn't say anything when they came for my neighbors. Now that they are coming for me, there's nobody to speak up. That's what's happening here. They are making things worse. They are ruining a good thing, and nobody is speaking up because, it has nothing to do with me. It's not really like that. The majority of people are good enough, but nobody's doing anything. And when at one point those toxic people do something bad enough that can't be rectified, Linux has lost. And then it's too late to speak up. So if you want Linux to be in a better spot, the majority of Linux users that are good people, you need to fucking do some work, man. You need to go in and drive those toxic assholes away. Go in and say to them, that's not how we do things here, man. That's not okay. Get your fucking childish ass out of here. The great, amazing minority need to step up. Or else, those toxic people are going to drive everything away and ruin Linux. Just like they do with everything. Why do you think Anonymous has such a bad rap? That people want to be anonymous on the internet. It's because a lot of people do massively bad fucking shit in the name of anonymity. So they make it look like everyone that wants to be anonymous are bad people. Because the good anonymous people are not saying anything or doing anything. Trust me, this is the road for Linux. Until the great, amazing, friendly, loving, caring minority of people steps up. Those asshats on Reddit and in comment sections are going to make Linux unusable for most people. And ruin it for everyone. And we are so close to where it's too late to speak up. I've been doing this for 4 or 5 years with Linux or this tech channel here. I probably, like, just from my limited exposure to other content creators, I've seen about 1 to 2 really great content creators stop each year because of the Linux community. Stop making Linux content. 2 a year, and that's just from my exposure to this thing. There's probably way more. But I've seen, like, on average, 2 a year, massively great content creators stop doing Linux because of the toxicity. And when you think about how small this community is, that's not a fucking good statistic. Yeah, exactly. Just go Mac and then switch to Linux. Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah, it starts to ring more bells now you're saying that. Yeah, Joe Collins made a lot of different moves to get around that, yeah. Yeah, the iPod scroll wheel, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the physical buttons is like... There was something, like, they were almost like a fidget spinner in of themselves, you know. You were sitting there and playing with them, you know. Messing around with them. Trackballs. And some keyboards do have scroll wheels on them, like Logitech have them, and Crosshair, and you can change them from volume to scroll wheels. Like, you can code them to be scroll wheels instead of volume bars in the software. In the macro settings. You just macro, the scroll wheel from the mouse to it. And then you can use it that way. It's just a little bit, like, uncomfortable to use, like, something in the top left or something like that as a scroll wheel, but you can do it if you want to. Oh god. And like, look at this, like, iPod here. And now it looks really awful and really bad and what have you not. But back then, this was like fucking industrial design porn. You know, like, looking, like, just having one of those, it was like having sex in your hands, you know. It was like the most amazing looking thing ever. And nowadays it looks like shit. Old and like shit. Also one of Steve Ives, like, first things where he really got into his own. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember when I got to touch one. I never had one of those, but I played with one at one point. Like I got to, I think I borrowed it for from a friend or friend of a friend. Like I hold it for like a minute or so and played around with it. But like the only iPad I had was the iPad Nano, or not iPad, iPod Nano. The one with like it also had a scroll wheel, but it was like not a physical scroll wheel. It was like like a trackpad kind of scroll wheel. Like it was just a set ring that you then scrolled your fingers around, and it would register as a scroll wheel, and it had like a color display, and you could put pictures in it, and you could look at pictures on your iPod Nano. Yeah, iPod Nano. I love that thing. It had so big storage for its time, and you needed iTunes to transfer music from it and to it. Back from phone call. Were you talking sweet talks to Becky? Yeah, iPod Touch. Yeah, yeah, it is an underrated channel. Yeah. Should we just, you know what? Should we just become a fucking Mac channel? Windows and Mac channel. Should we just come out of the closet and be like we are Mac people and Windows people secondary? We are having Father Steve's pictures over our bed that we are drooling over his magnificent brilliance every morning and evening. And then throw away our hard-earned money. you know. I will still do Windows stuff. I'm never going to not do Windows because I do Windows a lot at work, and I code on Windows and do coding stuff on Windows. I will be still talking about Windows, but I would like to switch the Linux content out with Mac content. I want a Apple Watch. I just don't know if I'm going to get a Series 8 or an SE. Because I don't need the Series 9. Like, I don't need the extra features that it gives me. So I might as well just get a Series 8 and save a little bit of money. No, I can't call it Ken's Apple World when I'm also doing Windows stuff. But maybe I will probably focus more on Apple stuff and then do Windows on the side. Like before, I did a lot of Linux. Like before I stopped outfacing Linux, it was a lot of Linux, and then once in a while when I had something interesting that I did with Windows, I would be talking about that or making videos about that. I don't know. But I want a Mac Mini before I fully commit to it, or some form of Apple device before I fully commit. Because I need something where I can keep continuous to make content about Apple. And I can really only doing that if I have an Apple device. Like I can sit here and talk about Apple, and we can look at pictures, and we can, oh my god, who remember this fucking thing? Music Match. But yeah, yeah, the first gen was really bad. I hear the second gen is really good. And the refreshed version 2023 is amazing. I need to pee like a fucking racehorse. So go listen to the music and watch this channel while I'm peeing. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, if you go and look at I will show you when I come. I need to pee and I can show you the second gen SE. Just remind me when I come back. And I forgot that I need to ask Google to turn on my fucking bathroom lights. So yeah, they refreshed. So let's pause this one here. We can look at it before that. So we go on to Apple here. Also got a soda so I can get something to drink. So we go into watch here. So this is the second edition of the SE, but it's a refreshed version of the second edition. So there is a Apple Watch SE from 2022 that's way better than the first gen. So this is the third gen. This is the Apple Watch SE third gen now, and there's almost no fucking difference between this one. Like the difference that there is between this one and the Apple Watch Series 7, 8, and 9 is just the sensor. So if you look at it here, we have like a Series 9 here. This is the SE from 2023. The max size are 44mm versus 45. You get 1,000 less nits. You get the last, like a Series 8 chip in it with Find iPhone, but you don't get, why is it in Danish? I don't want the Danish part. Let's try this here. Can we do that? We can do that. Also, can I switch? I can't switch this one out. Let's do something else. I think we can do this here. Fucking hell. Come on, dude. Where's the comparison? Here. No, we can't. Here you go. This is the Series 8. So what we're going to do here? Just bear with me. This one here. Why the fuck can't I tile it? There you go. So, like the SE is almost like a fucking Series 8. So this is the SE, this is the Series 8. So we get 44mm, it's the big one, 45. The Series 8 has swim-proof and IPX6 dust. This don't really mean anything unless you're in really dusty environments and so on and so on. The new SE is carbon neutral, which if you care about it, you care about it. It has the same display nits, but you get a Retina always-on display with the Series 8. You don't get it with the new SE. They have the same chip. You can't see that, but they have the same chipset. You actually get more health sensors with the SE than the Series 8, apparently. But you don't get temperature sensing, and you don't get cycle tracking, menstrual cycle tracking, and stuff like that. And you get a little bit more SOS distances. Yeah, Ultra is a waste of money. But here's the thing. You can get a used of this one here for almost the same price as an SE. Like you get a used top of the line Series 8 for a new, almost the same price as a new SE. So if I can find a Series 8 for about maybe a little bit more, maybe $300. So if I can find a Series 8 for $300, I would be buying that one, Series 8. But if I can't find it, I would just buy a SE, a 44mm SE. because it's giving you everything that you need. It's the same chip as in this one. Of course, this display is more brighter and better because it's a Retina. This one is not a Retina. But they have almost the identical same functionalities. No, don't. The Ultra is not an Ultra watch. It's just it's a brighter, bigger Apple Watch. It's not even military graded tested. The SE or the Ultra. It's just bigger, brighter, and that's it. That's how you should look at it. Bigger, brighter. It's not an activity stuff. No, the SE and the Series 8 has the same battery size, yeah. They should be about the same, yeah. The only reason you would want an Ultra is to get a bigger screen. Oh, this one is military certified. Why is this one not military certified? The new one is not military certified. But anyway, the only reason you want a Apple Watch Ultra is to get a bigger screen and a bigger battery. If you want an adventure watch, you want a watch that is built to be outside, you save money and you get a Sunto or a Polar. Sunto just got out with some new watches. It's going on to the Danish side. But if you go into watches here, so they have raised and they have vertical. This one here is about 50% of the price. If you take the titanium version, it's half the price of the fucking Apple Watch. And it does more. It lasts up to 26 days. You have way better mapping in it. You have way better health tracking in it. You have way better navigation in it. It's way more rugged. It's built for the outdoors. This is like the ultimate top of the line. This cost about this titanium solar rechargeable cost about a little like 60%. Yeah, but this works just as well as the Apple ecosystem. I'm using a Sunto right now with the Apple ecosystem. It no issue. I get text, I get phone calls. Yeah. Well, it's not a smartwatch. It's a fitness tracker. That's how we should look at it. This one here costs, like you can get, if you get the top of the line Apple Watch Ultra, you can get 2 of these for that one. Bigger screen, more battery life, better navigation, better notification, better health tracking, better sleep tracking on both of them. If you want to save money, you can also go Polar. Let's just take America. Inkless. You will go with something, either the Quid X series, but probably the Vantage V3. So if you want a rocket out, outdoorsy one, you get this one here. Look at the fucking price. You could probably get 3 of these for the price of an Apple Watch. And this one here, you could do 90% of the shit you could do on your Apple Watch. These sleep trackers, Garmin, go with a Garmin. You can also go with a Garmin. Garmin tends to be overpriced. Garmin tends to be more expensive than these here. That's why I don't go with Garmin, because Garmin is like, if you get a Garmin Phoenix or Epic, they are as expensive or even more expensive than an Apple Watch Ultra. But you do get better battery life, you do get better tracking on a Garmin. But if you want to save money, you go with Sunto or Polar. Garmin, you probably are paying more for this same quality. Well, all their watches are better quality than the Apple watches, and Garmin have way better smartwatch functionality than these guys have here. But these here, they have, the only thing you are missing is AirTag capabilities. You know, find your AirTags and shit like that, and you know, Twitter and all of those fucking stupid apps that people have on their smartwatches. You get notifications, you can manage notifications, you get phone calls, you can manage phone calls. Nope. Apple Sleep is not the most accurate. Nope. Polar is the most. You can get Apple Pay on those watches also. There's Apple Pay on these watches also. You can get Apple Pay, Google Pay on these watches also. I don't know about the Quid here, but this one here you can. I'm almost sure that you can get that on this one here. Because at least the Sun Tzu ones, these should have Apple Pay and Google Pay on them. I think this one has also. Yeah, it's a year old. It's a year old. It's a year old video you're looking at. That's the issue. It's a year old video. These watches here came out like, these two here came out like a month or so, 2 months ago. This one here came out a month ago. This one here is a little bit older, so the tracking on this one is not that good. But here's the thing. You cannot do proper sleep tracking on a smartwatch. Okay? Even he says it. If you look at his videos, he's admitting in every video, if you want proper sleep tracking and pulse tracking, you don't use a smartwatch. Am I clear enough here? All smartwatches are doing is giving you an estimate. If you're using a smartwatch to see if you're doing, let me put it this way, a smartwatch is really, if you're using it as a sleep tracker, it's a really good device to make you feel crappy the rest of the day. Because you can wake up and say, oh my god, I slept really fucking well. And then you look at your smartwatch and it says you slept like shit, and you feel like you slept like shit. There's so many stories about it right now at the moment where people, university have said that they didn't feel they slept badly until they looked at their smartwatch. Or their Whoop, or what the fuck they are called. And that ruined their whole day. Normal human beings don't need a smart or sleep tracker. They don't. You use a sleep tracker if you think there's something wrong with your sleep. And here's the thing. People that have something wrong with their sleep, they know they have something wrong with their sleep. So don't buy a watch because of the sleep, whatever the fuck it is. Buy it for the functions that you need. And 9 out of 10 people will get way more out of a Polar V3, which is the top of the line. I will probably go Sun Tzu this time, because you get bigger display and you get more functionality. What the fuck happened? And you get more functionality. So come on, bitch. I will probably go Sun Tzu this time than Polar with their new lineups. And Polar, no, but if you are into mapping and tracking and stuff like that, bigger is better. Like if you're into stuff like that, if you're into the outdoorness, bigger is better. You know, for stuff like this, bigger is better. But unless you're going to sit and do Twitter on your watch and you're going to read emails on your watch, like you can also read emails but reply back to them and stuff like that, then you don't need these kind of watches. Then you should not go for Garmin, Sun Tzu, or Polar. Then you should go with a smartwatch. But if you just want to be in the know, like what's going on, this is all you need. And you can get 2 of these for fucking ultra. Like, if I had the money for this one up here, this is like a $800 watch. How do I change to the fucking Murica? I want to go to Murica. Americas. United States. Okay, so it's about this. No, here. I can save $200 on a stainless steel one. Am I right? $200? $170. $170. I'd rather buy this one than this one. No fucking doubt whatsoever. Like, it would not even be like, yeah. No, I would go with this one every day on the week. Like, look at it. Up to 60 fucking days. Solar charging. It's way better at tracking my sports. It's way better at doing GPS. Like, it can even help you get back to where you started out as if you get lost. Like, you can have this running non-stop for, I think it's like 2.5 days with GPS tracking. Like, you can get lost, connect to a satellite, and have your fucking watch running with GPS and help you get back for 2 days. If you do that with an Apple Watch, you would go dead in like 10 hours or something like that. So use for important notification. Yeah, you don't need a smartwatch for that. You can get a health tracker. Go with a Garmin, Polar, or Sunto. Sunto Core is fucking great. Yeah, it looks amazing. Now, Casios are really bad. They're really only good for step tracking. Everything else they get from the phone. And the new one they made with like health tracking on it, that's what I'm looking for. It's so uncomfortable. Everyone I've seen that they have reviewed it, they bitch and moan about how uncomfortable it is to have on the wrist. And it's not as good as a Sunto or Polar watch. Even though they're using Polar algorithms. Casio can't make fitness watches. They can't. Casio is great if you need a ABC, you know, altimeter, barometer, compass, or temperature. That is not connected to your phone. Casio is great for that. So if you want a Sunto Core, I would rather go, instead of buying a Sunto Core, I would buy a Casio, like Modmaster or Rangemaster or something like that. I'll buy a Casio if I don't want connection to the smartphone. If I want connection to a smartphone, I will be going with the Garmin, Sunto, or Polar. Those rings you get the same with these here. They have the same. My Polar has this. I have rings on my Polar that tracks my steps and stuff like that. And every time I complete them, it gives me a notification. I go into the Polar app and I set up my health tracking, and it tells me when I'm done my exercises. It even tells me if I've been sitting too long and all that shit. I actually do want a HomePod mini, not the big one, but a mini. I do want that. I want to get my next devices out of the. You probably can find a smart pocket watch, but yeah, if I want to spend this kind of money on a watch, I'll be going this here. But these kind of money here, I will go with an Apple Watch. Yeah, I do want to try out the. I do want like a HomePod mini, but those are one I will probably buy them after I get an iMac mini or something like that. Or not an iMac, a Mac mini. Like they are like, I don't need them. It's just like Apple Music works better with, you know, with it and stuff like that, but yeah, a HomeKit works with it. Num 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 num. What the fuck is this? Oh, pineapple and mango. Oh, and 0 calories. Nice. Nice. That's actually a really fucking good, refreshing drink. I need more of these. These are fucking good. 1 liter. They're actually fucking good. I'm actually surprised. Like, they were on sale. I was like, yeah, this is one of those, like, it's not like a Coca-Cola Fanta. It's like a local brand, like a Danish brand, and they tend to be, you get the same for 1 liter. You pay the same as you're about to pay for, maybe a little bit less than you get from like a 1.5 liter normal cola, but they always are 0 calories. And the shop that I was in today, they had a lot of new variants. So I tried 2 news, and they're fucking good, man. Yeah, I'm the last week, I've been or the last 5 days, I've been sitting for about 3 to 4 hours a day, manually searching Apple Music for all the music I have on my Spotify playlist, and I still have 3,500 songs to go through. I refuse to pay 10 to 20 bucks for a service that do it automatically. So every time I have a little bit of spare free time, I sit and look at my Spotify playlist, and then I just, okay, this song is here, let me see where it is on Apple Music, and then put it into the appropriate playlists. That's what I do with my evenings now. Sitting and manually fucking transferring music over. Yeah, but it was only limited to 100 or 200 songs. My playlist was over 5,000 songs long. All of the music I have in all my playlists was about 6,000 songs, or no, 7,000 songs. I can go through about a little over 1,000 if I really go nuts in an evening. But I get around like 500 to 700 a night. But I bought the Apple One subscription. So I canceled my Netflix, I canceled my Spotify, and that alone, I'm saving money by getting Apple One. And then on the Apple TV Plus, I will associate Paramount Plus or Showtime, or what the fuck it's called now. And I will still save money by canceling my Spotify and my Netflix account. Either it's about the same, or I'm saving a little bit of money by getting Apple One. Plus I have like the whole arcade fucking system. Yeah, it's amazing. I use Apple Music the most. I still have to finish this month of Netflix, but when this month is over, I'm going over to Apple Plus with Paramount Plus added to it. I may add HBO also. I know I can get it, HBO from their website, but if you add it into the Apple TV app, you can see it all through Apple TV. I have not played any game from the arcade. But for the price that I pay for Apple One, that's the same price as... Oh, it's actually less. It's about... $5 less than I pay for Netflix and Spotify combined. So right now I'm saving money. But if I get Paramount and HBO, it will be a little bit more expensive. Not much more expensive, but a little bit more expensive. We don't have Hulu in Denmark. I can't get Hulu. I can't get Hulu on my thingy. And we are paying. If I get HBO, I will be paying full price for it. There's no discount or anything. I hope there was a discount if you're using Apple TV to buy Hulu. Or sorry, not Hulu, HBO, no discount. And there's no discount on Sky Showtime, which is like Showtime and Paramount Plus put together into one, at least in Denmark. So if I get Sky Showtime, I get both Paramount Plus and Showtime. Those two services are put each other together. So I think I will be going with Sky Showtime on top of it, and then I will be paying $10 more than I would be paying if I still had Netflix and Spotify. But then I'm getting Paramount Plus, Sky, Showtime, Apple TV Plus, Apple Music, 50 gigabyte Apple plus 50 gigabyte extra Apple iCloud storage, and Apple Arcade. I think that's a good value. Because here in Denmark, we don't have... like, Netflix in Denmark is really bad. There's a shit ton of Korean and Asian television shows and stuff like that, and a lot of foreign TV shows and stuff like that. But if you take all of that away and only looking at English-speaking content, there's not much on fucking Netflix in Denmark. That just is not a lot. But they do have all the popular ones, like, The Office and Young Sheldon and Star Trek: The Next Generation and stuff like that. Suits, and right now I'm rewatching Archer because they do have some good documentaries on Netflix, but I've seen most of them already. I use iCloud to back up my my iPhone and stuff like that. So my plan is that basically like this is that I will save up for a Mac Mini. I really want to save up for a Mac Mini. I hope I have like enough discipline to do that. And then the next thing I want is an iPad. Right now I have a Samsung Galaxy Tab. So the next one I want to get is an iPad. And it's just going to be whatever. I'm not going with a Pro or Mini. It's just whatever is the current iPad version at the time, and I'm going to get that one. And I don't even think I want the cellular version, because if I'm out and about, I have my phone with me anyway, and I can just make a Wi-Fi network out of my phone and then tether my my iPad to my phone, so I don't need cellular connection for my iPad, because I always have my phone with me. That's the worst thing I did, was buy cellular capabilities on my Samsung tablet. I rarely use it. And when I'm out and about, I have my phone with me anyway, so why the fuck why not just tether my, use that as a hotspot? Why not just do that? Yeah, I don't use it. I never use it for anything other than watching some few shows at my mom's. But I was just like, I'm sitting here with my phone. I could just have tethered my fucking tablet to my phone, so I can just use that as a hotspot, and then maybe buy a more a little bit expensive plan but get way more fucking data. Because I had to buy like a cheap ass minimum data plan for the tablet, because I got a deal on it if I bought like a cellular version. But that's how they get now. I have to use that for 6 months. Well, I can probably maybe I should call them next week, because it's almost a year since I bought it. So I can probably just like cancel that fucking subscription, and then just go up to like a higher plan on my current like my phone plan, and I would get like 3 times the fucking download allowance for less money, basically. So the only reason you need a cellular iPad is if you leave your phone at home. If you leave your phone at home and you take your iPad with you, then you don't need it. Everything you can do on your iPhone, you can do on your iPad. Like it has iMessages, FaceTime, all of that fucking shit, SMS, all of it. So if you have your phone on you anyway, just set up a hotspot on your phone and then just connect your tablet to that one, and that's it. Bob's your uncle. Yeah, that was probably the biggest mistake that I made. Like, was to buy that and then get tethered to that. But I only pay like, what is it, $20 a month for the plan for my tablet. It's not because I bought the cheapest I could find on their site, and that's like 50 gigabytes a month or something like that. Yeah. The iTunes being the iTunes was good for the time when it came out. iTunes was really good. Yeah, it's really fucking easy to use your phone as a hotspot nowadays. Just have to make sure that your provider allows it. I had one like many years ago that didn't allow you to use your phone as a tethering device or hotspot. You had to pay extra for that. But that was many years ago. Now I think every carrier allows you to use your phone as a hotspot. And mobile phones networks nowadays are really fucking stable. I will not be surprised that one day all internet traffic, even on our computers and stuff like that, will be all cellular connection. Because the way that they are advancing with the cellular connections, they are already close to beating the connection we get via cables on the ground. And if we don't need to plug our fucking computers and all that shit into a cable and have cables in the ground, we just can use the good old satellites up in the fucking sky. That is just way better, man. You know. Apple is just... Apple... You just get more shit done with Apple. Because you don't have to fiddle with it. It's like having a car. When you go down and you have to pick up the fucking hooker at 7 a.m. It just works. You don't have to go and change the spark plugs and kick the tires and make sure that you sweet talk it into fucking turning around and driving. You just put your ass in it. Hooker, 7 a.m., let's go. Or p.m. or whatever it is. You know. Oh, you're using one of those? I have a friend that do the same. He lives out in the boons, out in the sticks, and he has like a router that's basically just a phone. You know, oh shit, my microphone was about to fall off. It's basically just like it's the cellular part of a phone put into a box, and then you put a SIM card in it, and you connect to a satellite. That he used that for everything. Shopping, consuming. He watched Netflix and all that fucking shit on it, and he's really happy with it. But he don't need he don't need to download distribution ISOs and all that fucking shit. It's basically just a mobile phone hotspot. And he uses it, and his kids play games on it and stuff like that, and he's really happy with it. I see a lot of campers, those van life fucking idiots doing the same thing. That's one of the tiny houses and van life. It's the biggest fucking fake bullshit you have ever seen. Most of those people you see about that, it's same with homesteading and stuff like that. It's fake. Most of it is fucking fake. Most of it is fake. And the only reason they can do it is because they get most of the shit that they need for free. There's so many people that have gone bankrupt because they want to do the hashtag van life. Or got burglarized and assaulted. Like, just imagine that you are a fucking 18-year-old hot chicks, You go down to the local beach and just fucking spreading your legs, tanning there in your van on the fucking public parking spot at like middle of the night. Maybe you cannot tan at that point, of course, but and if you're doing that in like LA with all the fucking homeless, horny people, that there's a lot of fingers being in places they should not be being in, and at worst there's like manhoods being inserted into things that they should not be inserting themselves into. It's not like you need to fucking know what you're doing, man. It's not a fucking easy life. And they only the worst thing is the fucking waste, you know, peeing and shitting and hygiene stuff. Like, I had a friend that wanted to do the van life thing, and she was really iffy about this whole, you know, hygiene shit. Like, she like, if you talked about peeing in the bushes, she would like puke, basically. And I'm like, what if you're out driving and the neighbor's toilet is 2 hours away and you really need to take a crap? Like, you cannot hold it in 2 hours. Can you drive into the side of the road and take a dump in the middle of fucking nowhere? Oh, I was ruining her dream and blah. No. That is going to happen. That is going to happen. You have to pee in a fucking bucket and shit in a bucket or whatever. If you can't do that, you can't do van life. Or else you're just fucking camping in a fucking city. You're not really doing... You might as well just, you know, sign into a hotel. You know, like, what's the idea? Like, I see those, like, hashtag van life, and then in the middle of New York. I'm like, yeah, okay. It's like, you're just basically sleeping in your car in the middle of New York. You don't need to be, like, there's so many places you can go. There's so many things. Like, having an apartment or a car in New York, and you just need a place to sleep, basically. Everything else is taken care of you. That's not hashtag van life. This is just like hashtag I'm sleeping in my car. Put in the 80s rock band that's playing that song here. You know, like, that's not van life. I hate when they do that. They're like living in the middle of fucking San Francisco and they're not moving out of the fucking city limit. But I'm doing the van life. No, you're not. You're just camping in your car. Like, you might as well just pull up to your fucking mom and dad's in your car and sleep in it. You're like 5 minutes away from all the conveniences that everyone else have. If you're doing that van life thing or whatever the fuck they call it nowadays, you're out exploring the world. That's why you're living in your fucking van, in your car. You know, that's like that's to go out and explore. You know, being mobile, going out and seeing what the world have to offer. And you have all the conveniences with you in one place, and you don't have to think about getting hotels and stuff like that. You're living the minimalistic life in your car, van, and you're exploring the world. If you're just parked in the fucking behind Starbucks with their free Wi-Fi and all, fuck you, man. Like, come on. You might as well just live with your parents, man. You know, it's... You don't even need to be big. Here's the thing. It's fucking expensive to get a car or van out. Like, it's not like on the cheap. It's like over $20,000 fucking dollars, man. That you can get a lot of living for $20,000. You know, like, you can get a lot of living for the money it takes to kit out a fucking car or van. A lot of living in any city. If your idea is never to leave that city. You know. But if you are going to leave the city, yeah, then you can save money on hotels and stuff like that. But if you're staying in the city, it's probably less expensive to buy a really cheap-ass apartment in the outskirts of that city or something like that than kitting out a car to live in it. In a van down the river, yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing. The reason why they can do it, like they have money to do it, is because they get a lot of the shit for free. Like they're sponsored out their fucking ass. If you go back and look at their first videos, it's about, you know, crappy things in a crappy van. that's almost unlivable. It's fucking crazy as shit and uncomfortable as shit. And then they get, most of it fucking sponsored because there's so much money in that van life thing right now that they become salesperson or sales representative for those companies, so they just give them all kind of fucking shit for free. That hashtag van life probably cost as much as a fucking down payment on a house or something like that. And then you also have to think about, like I said, like, if you go for fucking shit in the middle of the night, there's a high possibility a fucking drunk-ass truck driver is going to rape your ass. Like, or some homeless person is going to steal your shit or try to break into your van. That happens quite a lot. It's dangerous as fuck, and it's expensive. Like, the solar systems and stuff like that are getting it installed, and the batteries. Try and look up what a fucking solar panel cost. But again, most of them get it for free because they're making videos about it. They're sucking all these young kids into saving thousands of dollars up to buy those fucking panels and killing those out and what have you not. And then they go and try that van life for 6 months and they figure out how uncomfortable that fucking shit is, how unsafe it is, and they're just not built for it. And then they turn home and they are in debt and everything just fucking falls to pieces. It's so sad to see, man. There's some, luckily, the same with homesteading. Luckily enough, there are more and more channels out there that have started to expose those channels for what they really are. There are some real ones out there, but a lot of them are fake. Dude, if you're a hot chick, and you're the only chick on a rest stop at like 4 a.m., 3 a.m., and you are in a fucking Toyota pickup truck or something, like with cardboard boxes or maybe not cardboard boxes, but plywood to shield you from the outside world. There are probably some crazy ass fucking men out there that are, willing to do a little bit extra to get something. Which I don't condone it, of course. Or at least there are some homeless people that are willing to break into that fucking really unsecure place that you have in your van to steal your shit. Like, you need to fucking, like, conceal carry. Yeah, if you're a van driver, you need a fucking gun. Like, if you're doing the hashtag van life, get a gun. Get efficient with a gun, train with a gun, do some tactical courses with a gun. Get a fucking gun if you're doing the hashtag van life. Because you are in the most unsecure place you can be, your fucking car. Especially in those old ass vans that they are buying. Like, they most of them are, like, builders vans. They're not built to be the most secure fucking thing on earth. They're built to transfer a lot of fucking tools from one place to another and then be locked in on a fucking building yard at night behind the gate. But yeah, some of the lack of security systems I see on those fucking hashtag van life is like, give me a screwdriver and everything you own is mine. Like... It's like I'm like, and again, taking a crap. If you're driving and you wake up and you're like, fuck, the next town is like 8 hours away and I stink like shit. You have to smell yourself for 8 hours before you can take a fucking proper shower or something like that. And unless you have like a Planet Fitness membership, it's fucking expensive to buy showers at truck stops. It's about, I think it's $10-15 or something like that. Not to think about now you're around fucking truckers, They can be, some of them can be creepy ass people in of themselves. Especially if you then are an attractive girl. That van life, it's... If anyone has ever been in the military and they've been out on exercises in nature where they have slept in a forest because of they've done exercises, drilling exercises and stuff like that. Yeah, that's hashtag van life. If you're comfortable with living in the forest in a tent and crabbing in a hole in the ground, you can do hashtag van life. Because just because you have a fancy toilet in your van, it's just as fucking uncomfortable. And you're so much more dealing with your own feces. You have to clean that at some point. You have to get rid of it at some point. You have to deal with it. at some point. And you have to live with that you're driving around a van that have 2 days of your fucking excrements in the back of it. That probably smells a little bit. If you're not really careful. So if you can't camp in the woods and crap in the woods, you can't do van life. And most people can't. Most people can't do that shit. It's too nature for them. Most people are okay with, going out in the woods, like, 2 miles away from their home, do an overnight, or go home, take a shower and shit, and say, I'm a nature boy. Yeah, no. No. Try and live a week out in the fucking forest and not get home. Then we can talk about it. Now we can talk about it. But if you can't deal with your own fucking feces, you can't do van life. Because you have to fucking deal with it at some point. And a lot of people are not comfortable with that shit. And there's also some people will feel lonely, like you are driving miles and miles and miles alone in your car, just with you and your thoughts. You may be sleeping and being in places where there is almost no, if any, human beings around you. A lot of people are fucking getting depressed, and there are a lot of people getting depressed about that shit. There are people that have, jumped into lava and Minecraft because of it, They're just being alone. Which is really fucking sad, to be honest. So you need to be able to be alone for a long, long, long time with your own thoughts. I honestly think that this whole van life thing is it's a perfect money pit. I will not go out and say that it's been orchestrated by those companies that earn money off it, but it's definitely companies saw an opportunities and definitely got in on it. But most people that want to do van life and start to do van life, they don't last long. They just don't. This is the one I want on my Apple Plus subscription also. Oh god. But yeah, most people cannot handle van life. They are too comfortable. They can't, like, for fuck's sake, people get fucking nervous breakdowns if they don't have a good fucking Wi-Fi connection. Like, let's be honest here. Try driving 8 hours with no internet connection. That's your pocket watch or your condom. That's the one I had. That was my first ever iPad. That one there. Not iPad. iPod. That was my first ever iPod. When I saw that, I was like, nerdable, no. It's small, it's slim, just like my penis. Me want one. And I had the black one, if I'm not mistaken. I loved that fucking shit. I loved it so much. Yep. People go nuts if they can't get internet connection nowadays. If they can't go onto their fucking phone, social media and all that, it's a sickness. That's how addicted people are to social media nowadays. It's almost like seeing someone getting off heroin. They go bananas, man. They really fucking go bananas. Holy crap, that looks really neat. Mine was actually looking really well with the abuse that I gave it, to be honest. And I think I had a case for it. Yeah, I had like one of those silicone cases for it, yeah. I miss mine, man. Fun facts. I sold mine not long after I got the apartment that I'm in right now. That's how long I've been living in this fucking place. Yeah, but the iPod Nano, fucking hell, I love that one. iTunes phone. Yeah, they don't know how to use a fucking compass. Oh, hey, they don't even know how to use the fucking routing and routing and compassing abilities on their phone or smartwatches. They have them at their fucking fingertips, but they don't know how to use them. But they bought, the phones and the watches because it has those abilities. Like, this whole false sense of I'm a badass that people runs around with nowadays, it's like, oh, people are so fucking weenie and weak, and like when I see when I see people that are like 18, 19, 17, 16 years old nowadays, I'm looking at them like, if I fart in just your general direction, you will fall down. That's how fucking weak you look. Like, I just have to fucking look at you and you just like falling over. I'm like, fuck, man. Like, I hope nothing bad happens from now on and the rest of the existence of the human race, because we are not equipped to handle any heartache, man. They people are too much in like safe spaces and my feelings and I have to have a voice because I'm valued in what I'm saying. And no, you're not. If you say bullshit, you shut your mouth. You can go and talk to a fucking door. Like it's fucking hell, man. I'm really fucking scared for the future. Like, it's like those fucking weak ass fucking shit faced kids are the ones that are going to take care of me when I'm getting old. I'm just like, I'm 40 years old, and when I look at you, it looks like I can fucking preacher curl 5 of you without thinking about it, because you're so fucking tiny and weak. It's like, just like, use your fucking body for something. Like, I don't think most people that are in like 20s and down have done any fucking manual labor worthwhile. I don't think they have. I don't think they understand the concept of have to work for anything. They just used to get. I understand grumpy old guys now. He's like, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Now we're talking about yoga pants. The girls at my local store, they're like for 15 up to like 29 or something like that. They all fucking wear yoga pants to work. And then they're standing there in those tight ass fucking yoga pants with their G-strings all fucking up their crack. And then they're bending over to pick something up. And you can just, like, you can almost smell their fucking ass and pussy. When just like, they just like, you feel like you just like, yeah, you might as well just don't have any pants on, to be honest. Like, I can almost fucking, like, if I squint really, really hard, I can see your fucking crack, okay? Like, I can see how moist you are today. Like, like, I'm just like, how on earth? Like, I don't mind it. Like, I like running around and buying bananas and avocados with a massive heart on. Like, don't get me wrong, it's fine. It's I don't mind getting a fucking quarter-pound of steak while my dick is jamming into the fucking counter because I have to bend over to get it. I don't mind that. It just makes Pornhub even better when I come home and I can fantasize about that fucking 25-year-old tight ass from my shopping spree. Hey, I go shop every day now. You know, like, if I want to see some hot ass, I just go to the shop. But come on, man, it's like, just think a little bit here, you know, like, think. If you don't want guys to stare your fucking ass, don't throw their ass up in their fucking face, okay? Like, they do it because, like, I'm sorry, but they do it because they want people to look at them. Don't tell me that's more comfortable than sweatpants. Don't come at me with that. Don't come at me with that. Don't tell me pants that are so tight that they are fucking squeezing everything together is more comfortable than loose-fitting jeans or sweatpants. Don't come at me with that. I'm not that fucking stupid. That was mine, just in black. Oh, that has a cracked screen on it. I still have that fucking box. I'm using it to store knickknacks in. I don't have the top on it. And all this, like, branding. But I have it right here. It's dirty as fuck now that I'm thinking about it, but I have all my guitar picks in them, and what do I have? I have something for my stylus. But I have a key remover, keycap remover, and some screws. But most is to hold all my guitar picks in it. My guitar picks, sorry. So when I want to bust out the guitar, I have all my guitar picks ready. But I still have that fucking box, man. I had it ever since I got it. It's over 10 years old now, man. Over 10 years old. Fucking hell, I'm old. So, hey, guys, if you want to see some hot ass, let's go shop. My brother works down there, and I was like, can you get anything done with those fucking chicks running around? He's like, I run around with a fucking bone all the time. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Like, they come to work with, like, a really loose-fitting top on, and then their pants are so far up their ass that if they fart, you can see that fucking vibrate for days. That's nice, you know. It's the same when I'm watching a Twitch stream and she's sitting there with her titties all over the place and calling everyone sweetie and sweetheart and stuff like that. And like, I want to be taken seriously for my intellect and not my body. Maybe you should then stop doing what you're doing, because the way that you're conducting yourself is not aligned with you being taken seriously for your intellect. Because then all the horny fucking teenagers going to look at your titties. It would be like me fucking stuffing my pants with fucking socks, and so everyone thought I had the biggest fucking junk on earth, and then go around, look at my eyes, women, my penis is not the most exciting thing about me, it's my intellect, you know. I just burned my fucking eggs this morning, so I can't even cook fucking rice and pasta, but I'm a smart dude, man. Yeah, and I also have a massive dick. Streamer girl beer. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the yeast. Fucking hell, man. How on earth can that be a thing? You want to know something really controversial? I think to some degree that abuse thing she was talking about, I have a feeling that's fake. I think she did it for views and sympathy. I think. Because she has not changed her life at all. Because she said that she was forced to do all of those things because of her husband. Those like gamer girl things. Or streamer girl things. She's still doing them. And now she's fucking giving yeast away to a beer company. I'm starting to think that she may be faking it. I don't know. I don't know. But it sounds a little bit suspicious if you ask me. And if it turns out being fake, That's the lowest of the fucking low, man. She's now invalidating everyone that deals with that fucking shit. She's basically mocking everyone that's in abusive relationship. That's not cool, man. But yeah, she has not changed one thing about her behavior ever since she came out with that. And she was like, oh, it's why I'm doing these things. He forced me to do them. Oh, by the way, I'm selling my yeast to a beer company. I'm still doing OnlyFans. And was that not because you were forced to it? Or... Well, what are we talking about here, girl? She's had a fucking OnlyFans for years, man. And it's not like, yeah, I saw some of her OnlyFans leaks. And like, I think she's ugly as fuck. Like, honestly, I don't think she's sexy at all. She has good titties, but that's about it. But her OnlyFans is kind of juicy, man. Like I said, if you go on to OnlyFans leaks, you can see them there. And they're juicy as fuck, man. Had I been like 15 years old, I would definitely be spanking my monkey to that shit. I would not be like... I may think she's ugly, but I would still spank my monkey to a fucking good pair of titties and a good pussy, man. But yeah, like, I'm like... How can you say all of this is false when you still continue doing the exact same fucking thing? Then I want... There's that fucking heart thing. It's really irritating. I can't see what you're saying. Then you got abused and you stopped it. You can joke about... Like, you can joke about it if people know that you're joking about it. You know? Like, if you're with close friends and they know that you're joking about it, you can joke about it. But you can't go out and just, like... stand there in Starbucks and waiting for coffee and say to the girl behind, oh yeah, I have to go home to my abusive wife. That may be not a good idea to joke about that there, but, you know, you can joke about it with your close friends that know that you're joking about it. You know, but throwing that out there, you know, with people that don't know you or your dating situation, that may not be a good idea. That could probably be really bad, in really bad taste. It is in bad taste, but... Look at that UI design. Look at that design in general. It's like, it's pretty. Let's be honest, Lamer. Your abuse is... Like, you're still in an abusive relationship with Becky. You know? All her spanky danky lanky. Ah, fucking hell, all this... I need to log into my account on this one here. Oh, I'm getting tired. I have the iPhone 3GS still. I have that one still. In its original packaging and every fucking thing. The only thing I have misplaced somewhere is the charger for it. But I still have the iPhone 3GS. So first there was the original, then the 3G one, and then the 3GS. So it's the third ever iPhone I have. And it's actually I still think it's a beautiful device to this day, to be honest. There's something like... I don't know, like... it's like a good old retro car, you know. Yeah, being an abusive relationship is not fucking funny, man. But you like your abuser, so that's why, you know. You like Becky, so you like being abused by her. Used and abused. You like her spankings. It's not a good day if your ass is not shining red at the end of the day. Get going to lose service. Yeah. Becky is spanking you too hard now. It's funny enough, the iPhone more or less looks the same today, like the UI. It's just like, if you could use an iPhone, then you can also use an iPhone today. That's how consistent the UI is. I actually think I had that iPod Touch also, if I'm now thinking about it. Oh, Foo Fighters. That one was a fucking good song, Pretender. Ripped Drum, I can't remember his name. Yeah, I think I had. I think that was why I sold my Nano, was because I was getting that one there. Because I had like I'm almost sure I had an iPod Touch and an iPhone at the same time. Or yeah, I think I did. Yeah. He was always already kind of sick there, sadly enough, the dude, man. Always wanted that iPod. I keep calling him iPad. That iPod there also. I always liked Apple's development conferences way more than their big release announcements. I don't know why. They just felt more like relaxed. I need to watch some more videos from his 91 Tech. I forgot that he was this good, man. I don't know, would you still run around with like an iPod Touch like that today? I think I would. iPod Classic. That's kind of sleek looking. Cats? Oh, you like cats? Cats are nice. I'm more of a dog person, but I do like cats also. And I would have no problem just having a cat only, but I would prefer having a dog only if I should choose. Like if I could only choose one, I would probably have a dog. That's a slim fucking... I don't know what... when that came out, what I think I was using the touch back then, yeah. I miss these old, like, Apple people. I miss Steve Jobs and this dude there and Jonathan Ive, and I miss Apple from like 2000 to, yeah, well, Steve's death. I think I had that one also. Yeah, I had that one also. I used it for training. I was really into like fucking at the gym like 6 days a week at that point. I miss those days. I need to find someone to work out with again. It was fucking funny. Them were the good days. I think I had that. I can't fucking remember, but I think I had that clippy thingy there. And I wish I'd kept all my Apple things I had over the years. I don't know why, but I always keep my phones. I think I gave my mom one and I sold one, but other than that, I always kept all my mobile phones, like smartphones. Not the dumb ones, but the smartphones ones. I don't know why the fuck I keep them around, but I do. Not like I just put them in their box and then put them on a shelf. It's not like that I'm using them, or well, sometimes I take them out and look at them just for fun, but it's not like it's a hobby where I'm, like doing research and looking into them and messing with them. I just put them in and then shelf them. And then they just stand there year after year after year after year. I'm like, I don't even factory reset them or anything like that. I think I've done it with a few of them, but most of the time just keep them as they are. Oh, that's the old iMac, the fancy one. Probably the most fucking sexiest iPad, or not iPad, iMac to ever live or exist. Oh, them were the days before internet ruined everything. Oh, it already started at that point. I think that's when did Facebook came out? I think Facebook was already big back then. Why is the camera all the way down there, though? Like, that would be where you would be holding. I don't know. Wait. I wonder how many of those fucking icons are still the same, because it would not. Okay, well, I thought contacts was still the same, but they are not. Them are they not? Yeah, probably not many of them left. Oh, that the Academia DM MVP 2009. That was like a inscription on back of it. I can't stress how the iPhone, like, that fucking thing, man. It was really a strange thing back then, like a really strange thing. Ah, good old fucking iPhone. Nowadays, we don't need that middleman. iPad, yeah. This was fucking mental when that came out. So 2009 was when I got my first smartphone, if I'm not mistaken. Because that was the 3GS. Yeah, this is not that... Yeah, he's going to pass away soon. Because when the iPhone 4S comes out, he's already underground. Imagine how many use a fucking tablet nowadays. And this fucking thing just is the reason why everyone is using a tablet nowadays. This stupid fucking thing. And those bezels, man, come on, dude. Man. That really got my nerd boner going back in the day. It was better than fucking porn. I so wanted one of those back in the day also. Like the iPhone 4 was like really a phone I wanted. Like really wanted. Every time I saw someone have it, I of my friends that had it, I had to fucking play with it. But back then with the iPhone 4, I was already doing Android. Now I'm thinking about having something that small is just asking you to fucking, misplace it and never find it again. Look, no wireless headphones. I had the shuffle. I had the fucking shuffle also. I'm sure I had the shuffle. I can't remember which one of it was though. I think it was this one there. I actually think I broke it. It looks like a fucking condom. And now we're doing all of that shit on our phones. Think about like the phones killed Like the phone, like the smartphone killed. Like the MP3 players, iPods, you know, mobile music devices, basically. Like the smartphone just single-handedly killed those devices because we could just do it on our phone nowadays. That's really funny to think about. Oh boy. Music. Oh yeah, it's almost like looking at a fucking like a Apple Watch. Ah, that's cool. That's fucking cool, man. And some good, really good wireless headphones, and you're golden. Even though they don't think that they have Bluetooth in them. Whee! Oh, that's the Skyrim soundtrack. It's almost like a fucking smartwatch. Hey, Kermit. Ah, Gucci! Get that fucking golden, boys. Why can't I skip this shit? Come on. Snickers. Oh man, I haven't had a Snickers bar in forever. I want a Snickers bar now. Fuck you. I really want a Snickers bar now. Fucking been months. Yeah, months since I had a Snickers bar. Probably close to 6, if not more. That can't be right. I'm too fat to not fucking have a Snickers bar. In that long. It looks a little bit beat up. Good old iPad. Not iPod. I keep calling them iPads. iPod. Jesus Christ. Oh boy, that's some fucking quality pictures right there. Damn. That's something that could be an interesting thing. Like look at the picture quality from a like I have a 3GS and a 6S. It could be fun to try and take a picture from the 3GS, 6S, and I have a 14 Pro. That could be really funny to try that out one day. Because I know that the 6S can still talk with iCloud and all that shit, but I don't know if the 3GS can. I need to find a fucking charger for the 3GS then. The 14, not 14, the 6S still use Thunderbolt or Firewire. That's fucking true, man. I can't stop thinking about how many Steve Jobs there is in the world that are not using that true potential. Because he's not unique, he's a human. There has to be other people like him. The same with Einstein, you know. Like, you can pass a homeless guy and he could have a fucking IQ of 300 and you don't know that. Or have the potential of could have become Steve Jobs if things just aligned differently in that person's life. Because a lot of the reason why he sits there, a lot of it is just luck. The right time, the right place, the right connection, the right people, a lot of things that he don't have control over. That just happen to fall in his favor. And that is what luck is. It's a favorable outcome to you. But had that happened to that homeless person, of course he worked hard for it, of course, but you cannot deny luck in anything in life. And that little thing, that little 5% of luck, could be the difference between being the next Steve Jobs and being a homeless person. It's really strange to think about that one little insignificant factor that happens to you in your life could be the determination of being an Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, and stuff like that, or being a homeless fucking person. You invest all your money in one idea at the wrong time. But it's the right idea, it's just the wrong time. And someone do it a year later or did it a year before you didn't know it. Nobody knew it. It's a weird thing, man. That's why I despise when people say that there's not such thing as luck, it's all hard work. No. Tell that to a child that lives in the middle of fucking the Sahara Desert, can't get any food. And I don't think that there's like any fucking chance in hell that they're becoming the next Steve Jobs, even if they probably are smarter and more stubborn and better and faster and more handsome. I'm like, they was just born the fucking wrong place, man. I remember that song, Love Somebody. Dave Matthews Band. Oh my god, I feel so old now, man. We need to watch something that makes me feel young. Like, it's like, damn. How long is this documentary? Almost 2 hours long. Fucking hell, dude. That looks a lot like the iPhone 6. What are we looking at here? Oh. Let's see what else this dude have on his channel. 15. Oh god. I should not have drank that soda that fast. It's fucking good though. Like, that was a fucking long ass video, man. My testicles almost dropped. I'm not a teenager anymore. Oh, well, I am a teenager now. I'm thinking about getting a Nintendo Switch. I don't know why. I just like... Hello? What's going on here? That's a lot of gold. You have one? Oh no, I don't want to. Like, I'm not in the mood. I'm grumpy as fuck today. I'm not in the mood for crazy ass Linux people today. I don't know. I have this weird thing that if I get a Switch, I don't need to do computer gaming anymore, and I can go full blown Apple and maybe sell my PC, or like, you know, like. But why would I need a Switch? You know, like, I have my computer, I can game. Like, yeah, if I traveled a lot, I could see the idea of a Switch. But I don't travel at all. I want to do more travel, but I even fucking think about maybe recording. You know, just local traveling, like in Denmark and stuff. Like, not like, you know, go nuts about it, but maybe like every third month or something like that. Every second month, go out on a little day trip somewhere. I would like to do that. You know, early in the morning, jump on the train and go somewhere, and then a couple of hours later, then explore that area and then go home in the evening again. It's not that expensive either. I would really like to do that. Just get out more. Everyone that have a Switch, they fucking seem to like it. They really do like it. But it's getting old, right? Like, it's like... How old is the Switch now? It's getting old. It's like, is it close to 10 years old? I can't be. 17? Yeah, okay, so 6 years old. Yeah, it's about to, yeah. And they're not, like, they're not cheap, but they're not super expensive either. Like I'm going to say something really controversial here, but I'd rather have a Switch than a Steam Deck. Like, the Steam Deck just seems like running around with a fucking tank in your pants. Like, it's too bulky, it's too big, it's like having a brick. It's like, look at the first ever mobile phones, you know, those big fucking square, you know, things that had like a battery life of like 60 minutes or something like that, if you didn't use it. That's like... Oh yeah, it was 2017, and now it has like a 9-hour battery life maximum. So they have done something good about it. But I see a lot, and funny enough, like when I see, you know, tech people and back people, you know, people that do back reviews and stuff like that, and they are like in their 40s plus, they almost always have a fucking Nintendo Switch in their backpack or something like that. Like, if I was like commuting to work, I would like a Switch, like on the train or something like that. Or the boss, I could see the idea of having a Switch. for like 30 minutes sitting there while you was commuting to work. I don't think the cops would like me playing the Switch while I was driving a car unless it was a Tesla. But I am curious though. But then again, I have a tablet. And there's a lot of good games on tablets. You know? And you can just connect the controller to your tablet and you're at it again. What the fuck is that game? Yeah. That's Super Mario 3D World. I've never been a Mario guy. I never liked Mario. Actually, there's a lot of the Zelda. Never got into that either. Played some Mario Karts, but that's about it. I do hear The Legend of Zelda should be really good. Breath of the Wild. I kinda want to try that one out. But I don't know. That looks definitely like a game I don't want to play. Oh, there's a drugstore. And there's a gym. I want to play it. Again, get my fucking steroids and then run in and lift some heavy shit. Give me my creatine and my protein powder in my fucking bot and then go nuts. Oh, hello. What the fuck happened there? Just Dance? Yeah, maybe not. Fortnite? Really? Xenoblade. I heard about that one also. Is that Sonic? Sonic I liked back in the day. What game is that? Oh, that is that fuck, what is it called? The one of those people that made one of the Fallouts did. That's a really good game. Outer Worlds. That was actually a really good game. Pokemon, I never got into Pokemon. Maybe I should get one. I don't know. I have a feeling it would be a waste of money, but... Yeah. Look at that fucking shit. It looks like you're about to hurl it at someone. And they will die from it. Oh, Subnautica, that's a fucking good game. So, this is an advertisement for the Steam Deck. I'm still waiting for the Linux part of it. Yeah, it's not meant to be a desktop computer. Just, you know, they don't even give a fuck about Linux being on it. Or else they will market it. They don't. Or else they would have marketed it as such. But you can't tell that to the Linux users. I forgot how relaxing Lofi Girl is to listen to. I see a lot of Mac users have not Steam Decks, but Switches also. I don't know if that's a thing that, you know, a correlation. Are there no subtitles on this song? No. Why the? What am I doing? We're just looking at it without. I feel bad now. $50 a year. That's not that. That's not that bad. Is it? Splatoon. So you can only game on it? Can you watch videos and stuff like that? That's a nifty little thing. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, that's a dirty ass controller. I think we lost Lamer for good now. Maybe Becky has confiscated his phone. Skyrim. Hey. If I can play Skyrim on it, I why not? But you can almost play Skyrim on a toaster nowadays. There's YouTube. But that's not bad if you can watch YouTube on it. Like, you can spend a lot of hours watching YouTube. iPhone 8. Oh god. He's not testing the Apple Watches. I would probably say the same here. I do watch mostly YouTube. Like, over any other streaming services, I watch way more YouTube than any other of them. I do like when I'm eating food and stuff like that. I do like to watch Netflix or some other streaming service. But when I'm at my computer and doing stuff on YouTube, is almost always going in the background with, you know, some video running. If not, then I'm listening to music, but mostly just having YouTube running, basically. I think I had that HTC phone. Xbox One. The Wii. Oh, he's been going strong for a few years here, man. 3 years. Oh, there is a Series 5, but that's just an unboxing. Oh, he's been going strong for 5 years now. Oh, good God. I got scammed. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. I think we're getting a little bit too oldish. What phone is that? The fastest smartphone ever. Oh, Red Magic. I heard a lot about those red phones. What the fuck are the other one called? the fuck were they called? It's also one of those Chinese knockoff kind of phones. I kind of want to see that red phone thingy now, but let's just see if he has anything newer from them. OnePlus, I used to really want OnePlus phones, but now I'm... He's basically just gotten full-blown Apple the last year or so. Oh, there's a little bit of Xbox there, Minecraft. Nintendo. You got hacked. Oh, that's my biggest fucking fear, man. Every time I see a email from YouTube, and if it's something I have to respond to, I'm always like, yep, this is how I got hacked, man. You know, but the email, I always look at the email and it says it's from YouTube, and I'm like, well, it must be true then. And it's taking me to you know, my dashboard and all those things, and so it must be true. But I'm just like, oh, ZTE, what the fuck is that? And I'm always just sitting there with like, yeah, this is how Kent got hacked. That's it. This is where me too. I also got hacked. I need to start over. Join me there and there. Let's see what this red L'Oreal Man Expert. I actually tried one of their facial creams once. Really weird. It had something like guarana extract or something like it. It was like when you put it on your face, it felt like it was cooling down. You know, it was like it felt fresh and cooled down, but it did nothing for my fucking skin. I just wanted to try it out to see what the fuss was about, but fucking weird ass shit. I think a lot of it is just hype, to be honest. 64 megapixel triple camera. Oh god. 165 hertz screen. Is that just eating every fucking battery life up? Or what? Oh, he has a Genesis. God damn, kid. And he has like the German Waffen Fritzy haircut. Is he from Germany? I hope so not. I don't hope he is. This is like a typical German haircut. Like, if you go to Germany, you will see that a lot. I will say I do miss my Android phone a little bit. Like, I had to set up some smart home equipment, and I had to load back my Wi-Fi to 2.4, and my iPhone would just not work with it. It could not find anything. The app was amazingly bad. And then I went on to my tablet, you know, and it just went smooth as a fucking baby's bottom. It just worked. Same app, everything was just on Android. It just fucking worked. And then I logged in on my iPhone to the app, and basically just like, because I've set it up on my tablet, my Android tablet, it remembered the settings, and everything just works now. It's just like, fucking hell, man. I think they don't. I don't think they put the same effort into the iPhone app as they did to the Android app. So I think I will keep an Android device laying around just in case that something works better on Android. Normally it's the other way around, where things works way better on iOS devices, but these fucking lights, I don't know what the fuck that's wrong with them. Piss off, Belgian beer. Yeah, I will agree with that. Belgian beer is fucking amazing. I love me some Belgian beer. Like, I fucking love me some Belgian beer. I used to drink a lot of one of those with like the phoenix on them, like the birds on it. I think they were Belgian. Now I'm getting confused. Maybe Austrian. No, I'm sure they were Belgian. Also, I love how Android handles notifications on the home on the lock screen. I'm getting used to the iOS ways of doing it now. After like 3 months or something like that, I'm like, yeah, I can kind of live with it now. But in the beginning, the whole notification system on iPhone just pissed the living shit off me. Like, I was like livid. I almost fucking returned the phone just for that reason. And then few little nicks and knocks, like irritations here and there, like you couldn't just close all running apps at once. You had to like swipe every fucking app to close it, and the few little, like, it was like this much money and it's this fucking irritating. But now I'm getting used to it. They don't bother me that much anymore. I'm just close down the notifications for shit I didn't want, so I don't have to deal so much with it. Where on my Android phone, I just left all notifications on because it was so easy to just delete everything at once. So easy to handle notifications on Android. But I tried to develop for Android, made it like test develop. Want to try something for work, and that's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. Was it like Kotlin or Catlin or what the fuck it's called? I tried out also. That should be the new programming language of Android. Which is basically just like a layer on top of fucking Java anyway. That's the future of gaming, that fucking shit right there, man. But they are not that expensive, those red phones. I actually almost bought one at one time just to try them out. Oh, you forgot some coins there, buddy. Oh, train. I've seen a lot of people play that game. I never tried it myself. Eee, jumpy. Oh, why the fuck did you not get run over? Oh boy. I wonder what the battery life is on it. It's probably one of those phones that if you're gaming a lot on it, you probably need like a power bank. What do we have there? Oh, you do have the Play Store. I have a video about that. Coming out. Oh, I need to edit it at some point when I'm not a lazy motherfucker. About the whole Android is actually worse than Microsoft Windows when it comes to basically everything. Like, and most of it has to do with the App Store, the Android store. Sadly enough. Hello, Apple, hello. What the fuck? I'm looking at my watch. Got a shit ton of notifications. 12 gig of RAM, okay. That's not a lot of storage though. Yeah, that's what people tend to forget, that it's not the megapixels, it's the software and the lens. Holy fuck. They are not bad pictures, to be honest. I could live with that. And most people, they take pictures to put them on, social media, and then they fucking put links to high heaven on them anyway. There's that German look again. Hey, Doki Doki. Red magic. Asphalt. I played that. I tried that out one time. I don't know, I just never got comfortable playing on my phone. I always feel, but that's probably a generation thing. But it always felt really like weird, like not even weird, but I don't know how to explain. It's like I start a game and I sit there and I kind of get into it, and then I'm like, you know, I just can't get over the fact that it's a phone I'm playing on, I guess. And also all the microtransactions and all of it, it's just like really weird for me. There's really few games I found on a phone that is not filled with fucking microtransactions. But like, I don't think I found one where there's none. Maybe Skyrim, but can you play Skyrim on a phone? I don't think so. I don't think so. Is that WhatsApp? Discord? Telegram? Oh, sorry. What are you doing? You're playing the same game over and over again. Anyway, I need to get to, not to bed, but I need to do some things before I go to bed because I have an early morning. I have to help my brother. So thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have a good weekend. Go have some fun. Get all that Mac joy in you.